Good afternoon everybody and welcome back to the channel. I hope you're having a great weekend so far. If you're new, very warm welcome on board. Please hit subscribe. Don't forget folks, give the stream a like throughout, and we're back in Japan. It's been quite a while actually since we were last in Japan, so it's good to revisit basically one of my favourite, well, one of my two favourite countries in the world, full stop. And we're in this rather remarkable looking Pikachu jet today. Skymark Airlines and the PMDG 737-800 for Microsoft Flight Simulator. And we are just finishing off the boarding process here at Tokyo Haneda for our first flight of two today to Naha. And about 2 or so hours of flight time suggested by Ashley today, so thank you very much as well. Looks great, doesn't it? All the links are in the description, so if you want to get your Tokyo Haneda improvement files from flightsim.to, or the Naha or the Shimojishima scenery improvements that we've got installed today, or indeed this fantastic livery, then all of the links are in the description there for you. It looks like the baggage is done. We're just waiting on the final bits of boarding to complete, and I think we need a bit of catering as well, don't we? So GSX menu, let's see what we got here. Request catering. Lots of green in the chat today. Let's go for JAL Royal Catering. So hello to Zato, Ian, Jack, Badger, Faris, Dirty2, MPS Gaming, Jim, welcome folks, Ashley, Doctor on board, Matrek, AR Simulations, Jay, Gav, good morning, good evening, good afternoon to all of you guys. Dirty2, hello folks, I hope you're well. My other favourite country, Jim, is, as Dirty2's just mentioned there, Mauritius. So Japan and Mauritius, pretty much neck and neck for my favourite places in the world. This is one of 2 Pikachu jets that you can download from flightsim.to. Really remarkable livery. It's pretty cool. Skywalker, good morning. Mikhail, Kevin, hello folks. All channel members, lots and lots of channel members today. Of course, thanks to Gav in the live chat there, who gifted 50 channel memberships the other day. Mega generosity there from him, so thank you very much. Let's dive into Navigraph. We'll have a look at what we're expecting today. So, up here, stand 21 here at Tokyo Haneda. Great airport if you ever get a chance to fly into or out of in real life. Awesome airport. Beautiful city as well, Tokyo, with all its different prefectures. We're going to push and start into the cul-de-sac, and then we're going to follow the taxi route to runway 05, which is a little bit messy, but in effect we are going to be following this line here. Route of arrival or departure. So Mike 1 down to Whiskey 9, and then we're going to follow the Alpha taxiway all the way down to Echo Romeo, onto Romeo, Sierra 1, and then departing runway 05 there, heading northeast onto the Laxus 3 RNAV departure, which is going to take us out onto Tokyo Bay initially, heading out with an immediate right turn at or above 500 feet, which will happen quite quickly, up to Tanga 502, heading south 199 degrees to Lokup, above 5,000 feet at this point, and then skirting north of Kisarazu Airport, heading out over the bay towards Mount Fuji, which will be on our right hand side as we climb up past Laxus towards our cruise of flight level 360 today. We're going to be vectoring over Shizuhama and near to, where is it? Let's see if I can spot it. That's Kowa VOR. Can't see it. But anyway, we're going to be heading out over the islands down towards Naha, which is there, for a turnaround, and then we're going to head further south towards Shimojishima, which is even further south in the islands. Kind of like the Caribbean of Japan, really, this little chain of islands. Potentially, apparently, absolutely stunning in real life. Apoapsis Gaming said bought the Aerosoft CRJ after the stream the other day and having issues with the throttle not working in the plane. Have you unlocked the throttle? That's the big question. got to unlock it. As you'd have seen, the little red thing, you click it, you've got to make sure the boost pumps are on and everything else. So do check out the tutorials, Apoapsis, that I've created. Episode 1, 2 and 3 will get you started. There's another little screenshot for today. Neil, it's a couple of hours. Let's head into the flight deck. Boarding is complete and we're pretty much all set up for this as well. So our call sign today for this first leg, Skymark 511. Badger, hello. Avsim, welcome. Jack, we're on VATSIM. And we are using live weather, yes. But we're not using live time because it's pitch black already. Right, anyway. Flight level 360 is our cruise, and the average winds for this first sector is 348 degrees at 13 knots. Transition altitude of 14,000 feet, and our zero fuel weight at the moment, 58.8 tonnes. If we look at our N1 limit that we've got set, we're going for climb profile 2, takeoff 2, close rear entry forward. It's already doing it, lovely, look at that. And then we're going to take off and we're going to climb away on climb profile 2 as well. Close rear entry aft. I think it's just done that as well. It has. Mega. Take off on flap 5. Centre of gravity 20.2. We need trim 5.97. Mark, hello. Hope you're well. 5.97. We can call it 6. There we are, almost tickling the 6 bang on. And our speeds today, V1 at 138 knots, V2 at 142, and V rotate at 142 knots, and then a V2 at 147 knots. So at the 10 for the climb out, V2 plus 10 of 157 knots. Initially runway heading of 051, and we've set an initial climb of basically 18,000 feet, or flight level 180. And our flight directors are on, auto brake is set. Check the boarding process, boarding complete, so let's close left door. Boarding complete, catering complete, we've done fueling already, and we want to make sure we need to toggle the jetty. Which is in here somewhere, isn't it? Is it that one? Yes, lovely, happy days. Jack, what stand are you on? Because I can see a couple of people around me. I can see an Osprey off in the distance just underneath all of that structuring over there as well. Let's go GSX. We want to prepare for pushback and departure. A couple of minutes ahead of what we've set, which is good. Stand 17, I'm not sure. Are you on observer mode by any chance, Jack, or you got some weird settings or anything? Check .airplane, see if we've hidden it with this model matching issues, that sort of thing. Pop packs off. We've already got your damper and everything on at the very top here. If we're looking across, working our way down, checking all the pumps are on, APU's on, ground equipment's clear as well. We want to make sure we have cleared the chocks. My bad. So one check I didn't do. Faris in the CLJ Ibex next to me. Awesome. Do I do music suggestions, Jim says? Unfortunately I can't. It's all within certain playlists that I can use, basically. That I've paid for copyright licenses for through Epidemic Sound. He's getting himself ready, so we're going to go anti-collision lights on. I love the noises here from the dispatcher. A Japanese accent, which is really cool. Little bit of extra immersion for us. Haneda traffic Skymark 511 stand 21. Altimeter 3021 Boeing 737-800, and going to push start facing south in the cul-de-sac. Nose for the position of the pilot is going to be nose right, tail left. Whoever that is, they're not transmitting. Oh, I love that, that's great. John, hello. Fuel pumps on as required. Packs are off, ignition mode selector is on both. Engine 2 start mode selectors to ground. There's the little ibex. There's Faris. Night Shepherd, hello. Checking the M2 down here. Fuel control levers ready. Over 20. Bingo. Using GSX for the pushback as well. What would be really nice to see is if GSX one day implemented a specific Japanese pack which made the ground workers actually wave the aircraft on away during pushback. That would be quite a nice little thing we'd like to see maybe in the future. I would like to see at least. Cracking livery, isn't it? Absolutely awesome looking livery. Let's focus on continuing our
Tokyo ground, Japan Air 2472, pushback and start from gate 68 facing west, QNH 30.18, Tokyo traffic.
Yukisim, hello. Thank you very much, hope you're enjoying it. Zato's at 152 for the rem. That's so cool. How much more accurate do you want GSX to sound? So good. Unfortunately, no safety demonstration here. Hey, there's the UPS. That's Bakazato. And there is Mount Fuji in the distance, just ominously through the haze, sitting away in the distance there, watching over all of Japan, or all of Tokyo. Night Shepherd, I can't remember, although I do remember always with Pokemon starting with, is it Charizard? The little flame squirrely thing. Good engine start.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start.
I'm not American,
you can disconnect.
but it's fine. Flat 5.
Tokyo Haneda traffic, Skymark 517 is taxiing to runway 5, Whiskey 9 Alpha Romeo Sierra.
Awesome. Let's get those pro peats on. AP off. Taxi lights on. And that's the above cabin all done as well, ready to go. And auto brake set RTO. BNAVL now, flight directors both on as well. Auto thrust arms, green on 50. Oh, actually, let's get this guy around here. I want to capture him waving us off with the tag. Go on, raise it. There we go. Happy days. There's the screenshot. There you go. On a scale of 1 to 10, what do you rate this livery, folks? It looks epic, doesn't it? So good. Have a good trip from GSX. Thank you very much. Ease away. Except for the music. I'm trying. Trying to make things a bit different as well. We need to do warning recall, and on the charts, where are my taxi routes? very specific taxi routes here for this. Haneda traffic, Skymark 511, taxi to hold point, Sierra 1, runway 05 via Mike 1, Whiskey 9, Alpha, Romeo and Sierra, Haneda traffic. 11 out of 10, agreed. Gonna pop that on already because I will forget. Memory of a sieve lately. That's all good there, set. Trim's looking neutral, and we've set our trim for elevated trim as well. Gonna do a little on the brakes. You know what I did forget to do? System checks, control surface, left and right on the rudder. And as we start to taxi, we're going to go full right deflection, full left, returning to centre each time on the elevator, all the way back, watching the needles move to the top, back to the centre, all the way forwards, and looking good back to the centre. So that's all of our control surfaces checked. Andrew, hello, welcome. How are you finding the Balancoola add-on in the World Updates? Andrew, you're obviously very familiar with it from memory of reading your emails. Yeah, how's this for a wing view as well, folks? Hold on, let me find the keybind for it, get the click spots ready. There we are. Little Pikachu in the background. Epic. What an airline. Zato 05 for departure today.
Tokyo Haneda traffic, Japan Air 2472 is taxiing to runway 05 via Echo 8, Charlie, Echo 1, Alpha Romeo, Sierra, hold Sierra 1. Tokyo Haneda traffic.
I'm very tempted to fire up the Luke Air tool and start the safety demonstration for Japan Airlines. I know it's not Skymark, but I want to hear it. But I'll go by you guys in the live chat. I'll go by your thoughts. Absolutely cracking livery this. There's the original Pikachu Jet one as well, the big yellow one that's also available to download on flightsim.to by the same chap.
17, push start face south.
Night Shepherd says favourite plane with now his new favourite livery. It's pretty cool.
Haneda traffic, IBEX 9015 stand 22, push and start.
Oh, we do have a Japan Airlines one. Love it.
Thank you for flying with Japan Airlines.
Skymark Airlines.
Please watch the following video for your safety instructions.
皆様必ずご覧ください。
Please pay close attention.
シートベルトは腰の低い位置でしっかりと締めてください。
Securely fasten your seatbelt tight and low.
外す際はレバーを上げます。
Lift the buckle to unfasten the seatbelt.
突然の揺れに備えてシートベルトは常に着用ください。
Okay, keep going
As a
straight.
precaution against sudden turbulence, please keep your seatbelt fastened whenever seated.
お休みの際もお願いいたします。
That you'll be
Please
fine,
keep it fastened
unless
even when resting.
a Japanese controller comes online. Then you'd be prepared to work really hard to understand them through the accent. It's
Smoking
they're
is strictly
fantastic
prohibited
controllers.
on this flight.
It offers you a very realistic level of immersion when they connect.
電波を発する電子機器は使用できません。
In Haneda traffic,
Switch on
UPS
cell phones and other devices
UPS
which emit
108 is now
electronic
crossing
signals.
16 for
また、
left.
離着陸時は
Haneda traffic.
すべての電子機器の電源をお切りください。
Other electronic devices
Correction
must be
is
switched off during
3-4
takeoff and
left.
landing.
UPS
安全を
108.
阻害する行為は法律で禁止されています。
Haneda traffic,
These behaviors are prohibited by law.
手荷物は近くの収納場所に確実に入れてください。
All baggage must be stored securely in the nearest storage space.
非常口や通路には置かないでください。
Don't leave any baggage in the aisle or in front of the emergency exit.
下に収納スペースのない座席もあります。
Some seats have no
Greg,
space.
hello. How are you? Hope you're well.
And
Hope you're having a
Haneda
good weekend.
traffic, it's UPS 108 is following company Boeing 737-800. Haneda
こ
traffic.
の飛行機の非常口は安全のしおりで確認できます。
Emergency exits on this aircraft can be found in the safety instructions.
座席近くの2カ所の非常口を確かめてください。
Please confirm two of the emergency exits closest to you.
視界が悪い
Tokyo
時は
traffic, this is
誘導灯に従って
Osprey
避難してください。
Taxiing to runway 05 by Whiskey Alpha Romeo
Interestingly enough.
Sierra Hold Sierra 1.
Oh no, it is that way. It's that little line there. It's obviously not quite right in the default airport. We'll go on to Whiskey very slightly.
マスクを強く引くと
I can see the line there disappear, so I've made a left turn, but unnecessary of course. Zato, you can keep going straight there. Don't cock it up like I did.
Place the mask over your nose and mouth and adjust it to fit.
緊急の時はシートベルトをしっかり締め、衝撃に備える姿勢をとってください。
In an emergency, fasten your seatbelt tightly and take a position to protect yourself against impact.
救命胴衣は座席下、または肘掛け下にあります。
Your life vest is placed under your seat or under the armrest.
頭からかぶり、留め金をかけます。
Put the life vest over your head.
紐を左右に引いてしっかりと締めてください。
Fasten the buckles and pull the straps firmly around you.
Right. Might as well use my Toby eye tracker for this
乗
bit.
務員の指示に従い、非常口で引き手を引いて膨らませ
Yeah, so that line over there is kind of got all those posts in the way, so it's probably a good job I
When
did
you
go
receive
here.
instructions from the crew members,
膨らみが足りないときはチューブから息を吹き込みます。
blow into the tube for additional inflation.
非常口には脱出用シュートがあります。
Each emergency exit has an escape slide.
乗務員の指示に従って滑り降りてください。
Follow the crew members' instructions and jump onto the slide.
手荷物は持たないでください。上体を起こして滑ります。
Don't take anything with you. Sit upright to keep your balance.
滑り降りた後は機体から
Lorenzo, hello.
速やかに離れてください。
How are you?
Move quickly away from the aircraft.
Big old warehousing units there with the big old hangars.
Please read the
Very long
safety
taxi night,
instructions.
Shepherd.
快適な空の旅をお楽しみください。
We wish you a pleasant flight.
There's Bakazato and his big MD-11. Our Pikachu jet trumps that by a long shot. Blast fence, there in real life as well, and on the charts, which is nice. A glimpse of Tokyo off in the distance. We'll be departing towards Yokohama. We've got one towards there as well. And over the bridge. Looking left as well, right's clear, left's clear. Round we go. Got to remember as well, we're all flying the same route, we've got to give about 2-minute gap per each departure so that we're all spaced up quite nicely. Gary's asking how accurate are the airports in MSFS to the real airport. So this one is a handcrafted airport. I've flown into Haneda a lot in real life in the past, and I actually think they've done a really good job with it, to be fair. You have to have the world update installed. Ooh, this makes me nervous. This is where we rely on the scenery developer not having a really warped sense of humour, creating an invisible mesh to walk through. Oh dear, Jack says my livery is now showing us Ryanair, but that might just mean that you don't have Skymark installed, that's all. It sounds like you don't have any Skymark installed yet, which is fine. You just have to keep an eye out for us. Oh, that's a screenshot and a half. Yes, yes, yes. Look at that. On to Sierra. Skymark there's departing. First one of the pack. Banunas, absolutely no idea. Sierra 2's coming up, we'll use the full runway, we'll go to Sierra 1 and now we can prep for our departure as well. So 050 set, we're going to go fuel flow. Reset rates up here. That can go on. Start the turn first. Light signs as required. Haneda traffic Skymark 511's lining up runway 05. Haneda traffic. That's all good, that's all set.
And Haneda traffic, UPS 108 is holding short runway 05. Haneda traffic.
Tokyo traffic, Pushback 723, taxiing, holding corner 6 runway 05 via Whiskey 9 Alpha, right
Happy days. What was I going to do up here? I've done that, done that's all good, that's all set.
Hands of traffic, this is Osprey 236, holding short Sierra 2.
Oh yes. Fuel. Oh, that's fine. Just have to deal with it when it happens. Okay. Haneda traffic, Skymark 511's taking off runway 05, Laxus 3 departure, Haneda traffic. Set 40. Off the brakes. No one has rearms, just noticed that. Good spot. Toga. Yeah, starts are already continuous mark after starts.
Airspeed's live. 80 knots.
We master caution fuel, it's fine. Centre tank's running empty. Clear that in case we get another one.
OT.
Maintain the centre line and extend it into the air. Gear up.
And Haneda traffic, UPS 108 is holding runway 05.
Yeah boy, here we go. Absolutely epic aeroplane this. Through 800, CMDA engage. We're ready for the right turn to follow the SID. Okay, runway turn off lights off. Ignition modes back to off. And we can pop the centre tanks off as well because they're now empty, very much empty. Anti-skid off. Aaron, yeah, FSLTL and also AIG, I use them both. Tokyo, down below. Mark, hello. Sun's going to love the livery, that's awesome. I'm going to check the speed here. There's a lot going on this departure and we can clean the plane up.
Waiting for spacing.
Here we are.
Holding runway 05. Haneda traffic.
How cool is that? Headed to traffic, Skymark 511's airborne 3000 and on the SID. That can pop off. And that is all of our after departure, after takeoff checks complete. That's all good. Yeah, cheers Doc. Good spot. Next page on that. Next page on that. Watching our progress in the climb. David, hello, welcome. London LFL today? I did not know that. Now I'm kicking myself because I would have been watching that as well.
And Haneda traffic, UPS 108 Heavy is departing runway 05 via the Laxus 3 departure. Haneda traffic.
No speed restrictions on this, so away we go. We can go to this view and it's going to give us... Actually, let's go to this view. We roll wings level here to fly away from Haneda. We're going to get a really cool view. Tokyo in the distance through the clouds. Fucking Saints, awesome. Actually quite a decent game then for London LFL.
Osprey 236 lining up 05.
Matthew, good morning. Automated, good morning.
Traffic, Japan Air 2472 is holding short at 05 at Sierra 1. And that's traffic.
皆様、本日も日本航空にご搭乗くださいましてありがとうございます。シカゴ到着までの機内サービスについてご案内いたします。
There's one airborne just there.
まもなくお食事をお持ちいたします。
No, go to QATL and exit that, GSX. We don't need it. Not until we start to make our way towards Naha.
数に限りがありご希望に添えない場合もございます。どうぞご了承ください。フライトの半ばにはジェノベーゼ風のポテトパンをお飲み物と一緒にお持ちいたします。
Yeah, intense rain, isn't it, I think, David, from what I've seen.
ぜひお立ち寄りください。また到着前には
Tokyo Haneda traffic, Japan Air 2472 lining up and waiting, runway 05.
Through 10.
Give 2 minutes for spacing.
They're off. Let's pop those off.
Ladies and gentlemen,
That's an automatic.
And Haneda traffic, UPS 108 is out of 350.
We'd like to
Expecting
inform
flight
you
level
about the
36.
arrival.
Haneda traffic.
We will serve you lunch shortly. The meal choices.
We won't be arriving shortly. Here's the Lucato Apsos Gaming, yes. Akari Konnichiwa, hello to you. Faris says there's no bridge on your end. Are you in X-Plane or are you on Microsoft Flight Simulator, Faris? What a moment to find out. Oh dear. Here we are in the Pikachu jet. for now, just in the backdrop. Now, Fuji, there she is. The flight deck. Off in the distance there. Watching over all of Tokyo. Ah, Faris, you didn't download the world update. That'll be it. Well, I think I remember Haneda being part of one of the packages. Was it Premium Deluxe, perhaps? I'm not sure. Make sure we recenter this heading bug. There we are, 228. Standard pressure.
Haneda traffic, Japan Air 2472, rolling runway 05. Haneda traffic.
So the weather at the moment in Naha, if we pull the latest METAR, winds are 090 degrees at 8 knots, all the 9s, few clouds at 2,500 feet. Broken cloud at 6,000, temperatures 28 degrees and the dew point 23 degrees. Altimeter 3,000 inches of mercury. There, PMDG 737 by a long shot. It's miles ahead. And you know, only keyword. I used to be able to speak more words than I can now. I can manage basically hello and thank you very much.
Hello, traffic, Japan Air 2472 is passing 3.
All good, Jack. Make sure you're transmitting and you're stating your intentions on VATSIM, of course. It's really important, even on Unicom. So now our routing should take us towards Mount Fuji. There she is. Get a little bit closer. Do some great screenshots coming up shortly. Jack, no, I don't know what your call sign is actually, but yeah, I'm not sure what your call sign is. I've only heard Ibex and the UPS. $20,000 feet climbing. Osprey 236, awesome. We're expecting a bit of a crosswind into Naha. 7 knot crosswind with a 1 knot tailwind on 36 right, so we might end up changing runway slightly. That doesn't say which one the preferential runway is. We either want 18 left or 36 right, that's for sure, but we've got a crosswind and only a 1 knot tailwind, so we can stick with the plan and stick with 36 right. Looking at all these charts and things, just read through lots of them. Right, where is Mount Fuji? There she is, look at that. And we can go inside and get maybe, let's see, grabbing loads of screenshots, can't help it. Oh, there we go. Get it under the wing. I'd say this Skymark Airlines Pokemon jet is probably the best one out of those options, Andrew. Initially our routing is going to take us over Shizuoka and past Mount Fuji, as we can see as well. And then we're going to head south. Once we get past Mikawa Bay, we're then going to head south at that point, which will be just past Shubu Centraire International. And then we're going to basically start working to head south. A couple of mountains along the way. And then we're going to have a little bit of an oceanic segment as well for about an hour, approximately, I reckon. That's number 8, that's number 7, that's probably going to be a better one. It's number 6, Snopes. Oh yes. We just bust out the glass here. David G, good evening. How are you? I hope you're okay. All the screenshots will go on Volanta as always, and then usually I'll pick 4, as you guys know now, the drill. I'll pick 4 and we will work to add those onto things like Instagram, Twitter, that sort of thing, on our Facebook page. But they will all end up, all of the screenshots from today will be dumped into our Discord server as well, in our screenshots tab, of course. Andrew, no, haven't heard anything. You're about to overtake me, Bakazato, by any chance? I'll try and get it on a screenshot if you are. Ah, there he is. Right, he's loads higher than us. FK Studios hit and miss. Benjamin saying, what scenery do you use for Tokyo Haneda? That is the default MSFS Haneda. And similarly,
And traffic.
It then also has
it
also has a an enhancement to it, which is linked in the description for today's live stream. There's Skyworker up there, number 1 of the pack. Mark, it is, isn't it? It's an awesome livery. They've got a bright yellow one as well that you can download too. Here's our little GoPro-esque view. Let's pop that on the left window for now, I think. It must have been a pain to paint. Hopefully I've set the time as well, so live time is already in darkness in Japan at the moment because of the time zone difference to that of the UK, but what I've done is I've wound the time back and I'm hoping I've got it just right so that when we get to Shimojishima for a nice island approach, I'm hoping it will be around about sunset time, which will be cracking. Mark, it's the 737-800, although I know the ticker at the top says 737. It's sadly something I can't change, but yeah, we're in the 737-800 today for PMDG. Matt Jack saying, I think I'm going to buy P3DY. If ever there was a sim that was fizzling out, it would be that one. Lolo saying FSLTL is a game changer. Anyone got any settings to recommend for it in terms of traffic density? So for me, I would, if you're going to inject traffic, then I would probably set, well, it depends really what you want. I don't use the injector personally. I only use the model matching elements for VATSIM, so I don't use the injector at all. It's one or the other, of course. Andrew, nice, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Great to hear. So climb for us, got another 25 or so nautical miles to top of climb. Zata says there's traffic about across overhead. That's 7,000 feet above Bakazato. Let's see if we can spot him. Oh, he's miles away. Contrails are fired up. There's a screensaver picture there. That's epic. Yeah, very true, Matthew. P3D is the long haul option, I suppose. Ozzy, hello. Been a member for 9 months. Welcome. Thanks for the ongoing support. Lola says I kind of want to lower it from 75 to improve performance for the FSLTL injector. Give it a go. Just change the settings and try and find what suits you the best. Skyworker got a different route entirely. Lolo, are you using it for VATSIM or are you using it for offline flying? Because if you, in any case, what I'd recommend is checking out the video I did for FSLTL the other day, Lolo. So go to the channel splash page, look at my most recent video. In fact, it was FSLTL, and that's the one you want. Because it will show you if you're using VATSIM, that's the first half of the video, and if you're not using VATSIM, you want to watch the second half of the video. Ooh, a bit overzealous there with the buttons. There we are, it's a bit better. 1,000 below. Yes, rubber seals, isn't it, in this? For the undercarriage. Goodness me, those engines have been battered. We're running at 100%. Different Gav Andrew. Snow says just purchase GSX, but it doesn't show up in the sim. I'm not sure, Snow, to be honest. It should be fine though. I'd like to think it should be fine anyway. Check your firewall and stuff like that as well. You've got to make sure it's already all downloaded and installed properly. Because I know if you do get problems, you can go to the FS Dream Team forum and download their offline installer, and what that will give you is the ability to download a lot of the files, preventing your firewall kind of then kicking into action with the live updater program instead. Quality Wings 787, who knows what's going on with that. I've kind of just forgotten about it really, to be honest. Today as well, by the way, I was supposed to be doing the LAX flights from the new InnyBuilds LAX scenery, which I've got installed. I've had for a couple of days now. It's still under beta testing via the InnyBuilds team, but that will be one of the next few updates coming very soon. Jackstar, thank you very much, buddy. Really generous tip there. Thank you so much for that. Supporting the stream, really appreciate that. Mega tip, legend. Didn't even hear it pop up. Keep smashing them likes as well, folks. We'll see if we get to 100 by the time we reach Naha. Ugh. Match check. You won't see me flying that ever, Captain Sim. Absolutely not. Transport game are nice. It's a cracking livery. Lolo, not sure. I've got a bit of a backlog, to be honest, of reviews that I've been trying to do. I had a couple of technical problems recording a review for something the other day as well, actually. So I need to do that again from scratch, which was a flight which took about 2 hours. So there's a lot going on that I've kind of got a bit of a backlog from. All the technical issues a couple of weeks ago as well. It's all kind of bulked up there, so playing catch up still. And we've got a couple of new sceneries to go and explore as well. Simulations Pristina, for example, is one of them as well for next week. A lot to do. Ehawk, good afternoon. And John, no, I haven't actually, no. Have you given it a go? I'm hearing very sort of varying feedback about DirectX 12. Some people saying it's really laggy, causing performance issues. Some people saying it's really good, and they're not getting any problems. It's kind of hard to work out really the two. Which one's the better option? I'm still on DirectX 11 and I'm still on TAA. Doc, it is, yes. Sadly, received it too late with the plans we were creating. Plus, Japan's Japan. It's a great suggestion. Always nice flying around Japan. Great part of the world to explore if you haven't done so in Microsoft Flight Simulator yet. A lot of Japan World Update airports included as well, which you can fly airliners into and out of. Haneda being one of them. And there's a great Drazeki Designs Tokyo Narita available to purchase. Fantastic scenery that is. James saying when he first tried DirectX 12 a few months ago, the image was very strange with all sorts of pixelation and texture artifacts. I think it's improved a bit since though. Oh, hello! How are you getting on? Loads of channel members in here today, it's fantastic. Hope you're all having a great weekend. Whether or not the F1 is cancelled, or if you're watching the NFL London game about to start this afternoon. Or indeed if you're watching this channel, which is of course the better option of all three. Jack's on a different routing, oops. Always check the live stream section on our Discord channel, Jack, and then you'll find the latest routes and things like that. So it can change up to 30 minutes before the stream starts as well, depending on what the weather does. Well, it's great to have you back. Hope you've been okay. And Jeff says, I followed your FSLTL tutorial, game changer. Always good to hear as well, thank you very much. Lolo, I have, yes. There's a whole swathe of Boeing 737 PMDG tutorials that I've created to help everybody start from zero to hero, so do check them out. Good effort, Andrew. Bit of multitasking, I like it. RK's Korea, isn't it? It's not, we want RJ, yes. RKRR's Korea. Jeju. Bit of an event going on there by the looks of it. So, we are leaving. The island of Honshu. John says, I've tried the Phoenix at Gatwick yesterday as well in observer mode, not on DirectX 12, but it seems to have lost frames per second since its latest update, just a couple of days ago. Interesting, that wouldn't be very good, would it? Winds 10 at 8, 100 degrees at 8 knots in Naha. There's reports of cumulus at 2,500 feet and alto cumulus at 7,000 feet. So where's the landing data? Meta. It's going to suggest flat 40 because of the tailwind, but it's only 1 knot, and unless it changes vastly, we'll have a little look as well on flight radar to see if anybody's flying in or out. I probably doubt it this time of night in Naha. Viewing my house yesterday, and we had a hurricane flying over, which was epic. Hurricane and a Rob Tutor flying in formation together. Really quite cool. Oh, there's still flights going into Naha at the moment as we speak. Epic. One's just landed on 36 right. In fact, there's a number of aircraft all vectoring for 36 right, which is looking good for us. So we've still got a little way to go, but I can give you guys a heads up for those flying along what we're planning today. All of the routing is in Discord as well, of course. We're going to head down the Yankee 5-2 airway towards Naha, which is just there. And depending on the runway in use, if you're flying into runways 18 left or right, then you're going to want to arrive on this particular routing on the Ihaya North on our arrival. But for our configuration today, we're going to be doing the Ihaya South arrival. So entering initially at Ihaya up here, about 8,000 feet roughly, I think. No, correction, about 15 to 20,000 feet. About to call it 20. We'll see what the VNAV tells us in a little while. Down to Hasa at or above 11,000 feet. We're going out past Okinawa Air Force Base, and then we're going to head down the south side of the island, or the east/south side of the island to Saifa at or above 2,000 feet before then flying a bit of a squared off base leg here, that dashed line, and then configuring for the ILS runway 18 right approach. No, correction, sorry, my bad. 36 right, ILS Zulu 36 right. From Saifa, there we go. And there's a hold there as well if it's busy. So Saifa, 5 miles, little base leg, 2,000 feet, maintaining that, and then we'll work to then do a little intercept, 30 degrees or 20 degrees perhaps, onto the ILS approach there. Offset localizer approach, Naha VOR 1165, the ILS DME is 1103 and it's offset 0.6 degrees on a course of 1002. We can set a couple of fixed rings as well, probably do 4 and 8 miles, something perhaps. You can see the glide profile there, the vertical profile of the charts. So Deiji 2000, Naton 1300, and at that point we're 4 miles from the runway, 4 miles from the threshold. On the glide, down we go to our minimums for our missed approach of 292 feet on the Barrow. Missed approach is an interesting one because initially we fly runway heading up here up to 2.4 DME, then we do a little bit of a dogleg across towards an outbound radial of 341 degrees to 15 miles. Interestingly enough, maximum 1,200 feet, it's very low, and then we're going to do a 15 DME arc with a minimum hold altitude of 2,000. What does it say up here? Yeah, climb to 1,200 on a heading 002, turn left outbound NHC VOR to 15 DME, then climb to 2,000 feet via 15 DME counterclockwise arc to Olval and hold, contact Naha approach. Transition level, flight level 140 on the charts. I've gone for 1,000. I've gone for 15,000 feet today, I think, though. Magic. Bass Airplane Toolbox again probably has a 767. The one we use for this as well. It also has profiles for the CRJ, which is cool. So down here, departure arrivals, Naha arrivals. Pilot Zulu 36 right. We might wait a couple of minutes. We get a bit closer, at least to the halfway point before we put this in. But we'd put that one in there, and then we would do Ihaya S, which is that top star there as well. And the via for the ILS is Cypher, as we saw on the charts a little while ago. Yeah, transition altitude, I've put for the transition level, flight level 150 for today. We'll see what happens. Is it free? Yes, Maciek. I've mentioned it many, many times. It's free, it's free, it's free. How have you all been finding the Canada World updates? I've heard very, very, very mixed things. A lot of bad things about it. Apparently some elements of it are just really awful. But I'm yet to check it out myself. Bass Airplane Toolbox, Maciek. It's on the X-Plane forum. But you create a free account and then download it for free. Jeff, absolutely, but I love NFL, so I'm all for it. I know NFL this year are going to Germany as well. They've got a game in Germany, haven't they? But it's been quite controversial because the ticket prices have just been extortionate, apparently. Andrew says, always had flight sim, but since starting to watch myself and others like Flight Deck to Sim, have even more inspiration to fly Microsoft Flight Simulator and learn so much from these wonderful live streamers. Very, very kind of you, Andrew. Great to hear that. Certainly can't compare myself to that of Flight Deck to Sim, of course. Properly right behind me, Bakazato. Let's see. Such a good livery. Oh, he is. Look at that. Let's see what I can get here by means of screenshot. Look at that. Epic. Quite tactical about how I do this screenshot. Off he goes. In his MD-11 or MD-80, I can't remember which. It was an MD-11F, wasn't it? It was in the rotate MD-11, I think, on X-Plane, perhaps. There's your thumbnail. Snow's doing Cologne on to Edinburgh. Nice little route tomorrow. Let's see where he is now, shall we? Look at that. That's a cool one as well. And actually you can see the UPS lines and the contrails are a lot smoother as well. Excuse this really bad drone work, folks, but try and grab a couple of screen grabs with him. He's quite offset still, isn't he? So it's a little bit tricky from this side. Yes, good spot, Zato. Your contrails should have 3. Obviously being a tri-jet. Big fat tri-jet. There we are. He's up here somewhere. Through the moon. Where is he? There he is. Peekaboo. Yes, I expect Doc to make a formal complaint. Got a blast ahead now. We need 2 minutes. Or Greta would have a heart attack if the tri-jets came back. 1 hour 12 to go apparently, roughly, for this first leg of 2. And the second one's a really short hop. We'll top out on that one at flight level 200 towards Shimojishima. And Laxel is the next waypoint, 30 miles. So at that point we're supposed to have... Where are you? 4.8 tons of fuel. Happy days. We'll keep an eye on that. Looks like roughly with about 30 miles to go, might be about bang on for that 4.8 tons of fuel. And we'll watch back as Arto skirt off above us. Possibly, I'm back to 7.8 at the moment, back as Arto. Can't see him now. He's dropped back, hasn't he? You have, haven't you? Raising the dog. Japan's usually very windy. No, then go to your system tray and right click QATL and click restart. There's a number of, if you've watched my GSX setup tutorial, Snow. I'd recommend you check that out. It will give you a number of little tips about troubleshooting and restarting the QATL thing every now and again. And little tips like that we discuss on a lot of live streams as well. It takes a bit of getting used to GSX, and certainly if you've got profiles that work with it, then it makes it even more immersive and even more incredible to use. When it works well, it's fantastic. Go back to that drone, sort of GoPro type camera mode, shall we? Move this up a bit. It's not going to let us any further, is it? We keep an eye out that way for Bakazato doing his little overtake from above. While we're doing this, just prepping for the next route. That's going to top out at flight level 200. .26517, that'll do. Generate that. And filed. Chase plane would be great, wouldn't it? There's Bakazato. Zooming away in the UPS MD-11. I've sorted this turnout, and off he goes, just above us, top of the screen. Barris, how are you getting on? I've just I just saw your images on in the club lounge in Discord, and it looks absolutely mental. And I just seen the picture of the fact you're missing the bridge. That's fantastic. Ah, Viking Saints kicking off now. Good stuff, Faris. Glad you managed to get around the bridge thing. How did you get around the bridge thing, by the way? Did you just take off on another runway? Or did you just belt it on the taxiway? Oh, I reckon we could do 1165. There's another VOR as well, KXC 1167. Okay, so that's the VORs that I need tuned, and the ILS frequency tuned as well. Don't need any others by the looks of it, which is good. And the ILS Zulu's on a course of 002, so we can do 2 clicks. 2 clicks. Jack, yeah, as we mentioned before, so if you're a channel member and you're inside our Discord server, folks, then what you want to do is go into your Discord user settings in your Discord profile, click integrations, I think it is, or connections, and then you'll see the little YouTube icon, little red square with a little play symbol in it. Click that and it will connect to your YouTube account to Discord, and you should then get access into our club lounge within Discord. Rhoda Fib, good morning to you. Hello to you, welcome. Interesting, X-Plane doesn't have, X-Pilot doesn't have model matching contrails. Alan's saying, I bought the 737-700 when it was released. Do you think it's worth getting the 800? So, it's a tough question really. I would say yes, if you're aiming more for the elements of, if you're going to fly routes on a 737-800, it depends what you want to get out of the sim really. If you're happy with the 700 and you're satisfied that you can get the immersion, the detail and the liveries that you want in that, then stick with it. But if you want something that's a little bit longer, you've got to be careful of tail strikes in it. Flies a bit faster, it's a bit heavier, certainly faster on the approach as well, which can be tricky to manage. It's whole little extra layers of complexity to it. Then the 800 is fantastic. Not only that, but it gives you a lot of real world routes that you can go and fly, and there's already hundreds of fantastic liveries available for it as well. Like the one that we're in today, the Pikachu jet. So I would say yes, but again, the next part of it would be dependent on your budget and what you want to get out of your own sim experience. Some people are quite happy with just the 600 and they're merrily flying along on that. So back is also, I'm assuming then, therefore you're on X-Plane 12, right? Mark's saying they say modern planes are slower than older jets. Absolutely. Seems that way. He's blasting away. A poker jet. Yes. Our last pull of meta was 12:30. Winds are now 090 at 9, so we've got a 9 knot crosswind with vicinity showers at Naha. Few clouds, 2,700 feet. Temperature dew point are the same, and the QNH is still the same. Reports of cumulus, 2,700 feet. The outer cumulus apparently is cleared. Aaron, pretty much, yeah. I mean, the other thing, Alan, would be the 737-900 will probably be releasing in about a month to 2 months from now, perhaps. You know, at a guess. So, would you want the even more stretched version, perhaps? And there's another way of sort of thinking it. Would you want the 900? Let's add these in now, shall we? So, ILS Zulu 36 right. Transition via Cypher. And we want the Ihea South arrival. There we are. So that's what your arrival screens will look like for those of you flying the same aircraft along the same route as us today in the pack. And then when you're happy, click exec. And then of course, as always, check the routing as well, your legs. Drag required after Deji. 210, 2000 and alpha, 2012. Drag required, that's fine. Drag can mean gear as well. Gear, flaps, all that is also drag inducing. Now we can put our fixed rings in. So what is it listed as up here? Runway 36 right. Runway 36 right, we'll do Deji's at 8 miles. Looks like, yeah, I'll do 4, and I'll do 8. Yeah, Tail Trike Simulator 2020, pretty much. Yeah, the 737-900 is really long, and I'd imagine it's very easy to tail strike that. Great fun. Interested when that comes out. I'd be interested to see how difficult that is to actually try and master as well. I'm still yet, touch wood, yet to have a tail strike in this. Flight level 203, we said about flight level 200, didn't we? So that's nice. Just comparing this against what I got in the charts. At or above 11,000 for Hassa, Cypher at or above 2,000 feet, and Deji 2,000 at or above. Naton 1,300. And then runway 36 right, missed approach. And hold it oval. Perfect. That looks pretty good. Aaron, you know what? It should do, but I'm yet to find out because I've not done one yet. Hopefully I'll never do a tail strike, but I think I'll probably end up doing a couple inside the with the 737-900. Alan, do you already have X-Plane? Because if you don't and you're happy with Microsoft Flight Simulator, then there's no point buying a second simulator just for one free aeroplane, because then the aeroplane that you're getting on X-Plane isn't actually free in a way, at least through the way my brain works. If I'm buying a simulator to use a plane that's free, still spending money. And then you've got to then also think, if you're going to get X-Plane just to get the Zebo, you've then got to buy all the scenery to make it look good, because X-Plane looks pretty naff. It's just not going to be the same experience. Personally, I couldn't go to X-Plane. I couldn't change to X-Plane. Not while the sim is as good as it is at the moment. I mean, Aaron suggested save the money up for the PMDG 777, Alan. That's another option. That's going to be fantastic when that comes, but it might be around December, January, February time perhaps. Not sure on any release schedule set for that yet because they're still working hard at it. The other option would be, Alan, to wait for the 737 MAX to be released. Average Navigate, hello to you. Just purchased MSFS. Nice one. Which version did you get? Etty Aviation says, what a gorgeous livery. Certainly is. It says he loves the Pokemon jets and certainly misses the Pokemon ANA 747s. They were remarkable aeroplanes, weren't they? I remember seeing a few of those in Haneda years ago. Yeah, wonderful bit of work from the livery creator here to bring this into Microsoft Flight Simulator. Aaron, I haven't, no. In fact, we're yet to fly into any extreme weather in the sim. And now MSFS has gusts, it might be quite an interesting thing to try. But I am quite careful with streaming and flying into hurricanes and things. People are suffering while I'm mucking around streaming inside of them, perhaps. Maybe not the best thing to do. That's no worries at all. Birdman says no going back to explain for him. MSFS is the dogs. When the sim is stable and it's reliable, as it has actually been through Sim Update 10, I have to say, touchwood, probably jinxed it now again. I'm gonna have a week of blue screens. But when it's like this, it's just exceptionally good. You pair it with fantastic add-ons like the PMDG 737 or the Just Flight 146, Fenix A320, that sort of thing, it's great. But Angus, no idea. They kind of set a provisional target of the end of the year, so maybe we might see it before Christmas perhaps, but it's software development, it could be particularly tricky, and PMDG care about getting it right, so who knows, it could be, you know, it's likely to be before Easter, I'd probably say. Best place to find out when PMDG are going to be getting prepped for release though, Biddingus, will be on their own forums. And if not, then I'm hoping nearer the time I'm going to be able to bring you guys some fantastic previews with it. But I will most definitely need to learn the 777. It's going to be a bit of a steep learning curve for me. I'm hoping the 737 here will be very helpful towards that. Yeah, Easter is in 2023, Biddingus. We've already had Easter this year. Yeah, that was 6 months ago, Easter this year. Both E-Hawk, the 200 and the 300 ER, I believe. And I think freight. I might be wrong, but they're yet to confirm it. And yet, next month, we're in October already, next month, the 40th anniversary flight simulator update. And it's going to include aircraft like the Inibuild's A310, which is supposedly was a payware aircraft, but Microsoft have paid them big bucks, big juicy bucks, to put that into the world update for free that we're going to be looking forward to in November, that 40th anniversary edition. So we've got a new aircraft which is technically a long hauler as well that we could enjoy in the sim. Around November time we're going to be blasting around. That sim will be full of A310s in no time, I'm sure. Old school Airbus, still some manual type stuff to do with that. Well, there's a little bit of a change just then. We've suddenly got this wild, look at that. Jack, probably not. I'm not a massive fan of doing long calls, certainly streaming them. You know, it's say 7 hours, 8 hours where I can't really leave the sim, which is difficult. Paris, I reckon 6 figures. 7 figures actually, I reckon. Those two, it certainly will be. That is wild, look at that. Pushing the speed right up to the barber pole. Yeah, it's Microsoft. I'd imagine it'll be over $1 million, I reckon. I'm hoping this weather starts to stabilise. It's really weird, isn't it? The auto thrust can't really tackle that because it's just it's chopping and changing 10 knots every couple of seconds. Absolute madness. Well, unless we hear the clackers, we're okay. Still, oh, it's now becoming a slight crosswind, isn't it? I'm just staring at this, I'm just mesmerised by it. Across the land, yeah, certainly more manageable. Looking forward to being able to take part in that next year, hopefully. I wasn't able to do it this the last one that we did. But Angus, you know what? I really don't know. It depends on the liveries that perhaps will be coming included with it. That's going to be the next question as well. We might try and create some sort of old real-world route, unless there's a cargo version. You might do a little like DHL cargo type flight. The A310 wasn't anywhere near as popular as the A300 600 variant, was it? So limited on real world route options, but it depends on what liveries are included at the time it gets released too. Jack says this is his first multi-sector flight. Fingers crossed, you'll be absolutely fine, I'm sure. We've got a little bit of time to do a turnaround when we land, so that's always one thing. Air Transat would be a good one, or FedEx. That'd be quite cool. It depends what A310 we get as well, if we get 200F or 300 or both. There were 255 total deliveries for the Airbus A310. By contrast, the A300 had 561 total deliveries. So, call it double, almost double. Only 255 Airbus A310s ever sold, delivered. And there's been 12 hull losses involving A310s, a total of 825 fatalities, 9 hijackings, with 5 fatalities involved with those. Going through Thai Airways, Aeroflot, Tehran, Thai again, Kenya, S7, Sudan Airways, Yemenia, and Congolese Company Services Air. Hijackings on Singapore Airlines Flight 117, Vietnam Flight 850, Lufthansa 592, Nigerian A310. And a couple of other incidents as well. Hapag-Lloyd, Air Transat A, Mahan Air, Biman, Mahan Air again, and Tehran. Yeah, the A300 will be great. Perhaps that's why they've sold the A310, because then it's going to be in a world update. It's probably a smart move, actually, marketing-wise. Think of it this way, just off the top of my head. You sell the A310 to Microsoft, it goes into the 40th anniversary update, you earn a couple of million from it, you then sell the A300 via your own website, but because everybody's got your A310 for free, they're going to be really inclined to buy the A300. It's like a natural transition, isn't it? So kind of guaranteeing full exposure to everybody in MSFS for your brand. And then you release the A300 6 months later, perhaps. Now there's a theory. Just looking forward to an Airbus with a yoke. Old school. 3.8 at Toma, that's good. Yeah, it's going to be another aeroplane I'm going to have to learn as well, Badger, actually. You're going to have to learn it from the moment it's delivered into the sim. You're going to have to learn the A310. I wouldn't know where to begin. I think I'm going to put half, like maybe half Boeing head on. Right, we've done fixed rings, we've done VORs, we've done the course of the ILFs. Oops, wrong button. There we are. The landing elevation of 50 is set as well, that's already, but we don't need to change that. And we're going to expect our landing weight of 61.1 tonnes. There we go, flap 30, 143. Or 148 for approach. And 1.3 being our VREF. Might add 10 knots for the crosswind for the approach actually, I'm not sure. Might decide on the fly to do that. So that's set and we can see the data there. Naha 36 right, 3,000 metre long runway, 110.3 in a course of 002. So 1103, 103, both in the standby boxes. And they're both on VORs and standby instruments. And then we can go to this and put in 3,000s, which is the local pressure at Naha. And then our minimums for the ILS, Zulu runway 36 right, is going to be 292. Two. And now we're pretty much all set. Well, actually, that's what VAS Airplane Toolbox tells me. It tells me to put in an airfield elevation of 50 feet for the landing altitude, but actually I'm looking at the charts and the airport elevation is 11 feet, runway 9 feet, so I'm actually going to change that. I'm going to put 0 instead. We've got 160 miles to stop descent, so we prepped really early, probably a lot earlier than we need to, but we can kind of just chill and relax. See, there's a couple of little volcanic chain of islands down there as well, so we're heading down towards all these little Japanese tropical islands. See if I can find the names of them actually. So we've got, that's right off in the distance, Mount Ontake, on Nakanoshima, Mount Tanagi on Kuchinoshima, Mount Ataki and Mount Nagami, Mount Tondashi on Suwanojima, and then we got Akusekijima and Hama with Mount Mitaki. And then right off towards that haze and the brightness, so further up, we've got Mount Yuan and Amami. Let's do started this descent into the Seychelles. Very nice, smashing that Commonwealth tour with Osprey Airways. That's epic. Aaron says, if I recall correctly, 2 weeks ago you wouldn't fly here. Why not? Xander, hello to you. Welcome on board. New to the channel. Great to have you with us. World Greer as well, half an hour ago. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Got to give you a little shout out there at the time. Playing an Epidemic Sounds playlist at the moment. Don't Go Woman playing. And you can check out Xander. You can check out the link at the very bottom. It'll take you to the Epidemic Sound website and it'll show you how to go through it. Ah, massive typhoon. Anyone using FS Flying School 2022, it's on sale for less than $30. No, personally no. That's frustrating. The Inisine LAX now, as of 20 minutes ago. Oh, it's been updated with the release candidate 4. Pricing for Inisine Any Builds LAX will be £19.99. It will be on Sim Market in 1 week. Marketplace thereafter, and the cheapest price will only be available on the InnyBuild store. And if we do it on Wednesday, which will be after it's released, of course, I think. Release UK. Yeah, so the NDA releases tomorrow, 12 PM UK time tomorrow. It says from InnyBuilds. Not sure when the release will be. I'd imagine not too soon after that. But Wednesday we'll maybe fly into or out of the InnyBuilds new LAX scenery, and we have 1 copy to give away. Very exciting. We just need to find a route. Be interesting to see what performance is like with that one, because I know Heathrow could be quite heavy for people's systems. It'd be interesting to see what happens with the InnyBuilds LAX. It's about 3 or 4 times the size, isn't it? Who knows? So Naha is home to Okinawa, which is, I think, was it the United States' biggest Marine Corps air station / naval base in this part of the world. That could be a good one, E-Hulk. LAX to Vegas, and then maybe back into Portland, or Burbank version 2 actually. Could we do Burbank? It could be quite cool. Or we do like one big long one, LAX all the way up maybe into Canada for a little dip our toe into the Canadian World Update perhaps on Wednesday. Oh, Faris, that's not good. We won't be too far off arriving into Naha, Faris, so you could always potentially join us for that second leg, Naha to Shimojishima. Could do Vancouver. I think I've done that before, or we've done Vancouver to LAX actually, haven't we? We've never done the other way around. Well, yeah, either that we could do Edmonton. Is there any bigger airports that are included in the Canada World Update? There wasn't, was there? We've got FS Sim Studios, Vancouver, and we've also got the Fly Tampa, Toronto. Automated says WestJet to Vancouver. Would that be in the 737 or would it be in the 787? Wonder how Heavy Division is doing these days. miles to top descent. Delta Tango in Midwest US, hello to you, good morning. We just need a weather radar, don't we, really? Well, we've not really got much at the moment, but it'd be nice to have. There's our first larger islands that we're heading past today. That is Amami, with Mount Yuan in the background. Quite a few little mountains, actually. And then to the left is Kikai, which is over here somewhere. I don't know if we can see it yet. Oh, there it is, tiny little island. There we are, Kikai. Badge says we could go to Calgary. Automated, awesome. WestJet have got some great liveries as well, so it'd be nice to use them. John, awesome. We might as well set our VNAV altitude, our MCP setting all the way down to 2000. It is, yeah, might as well just set 2000 for it and just let the VNAV take us all the way down to the ILS with the LNAV. Where it says look at Valanta. Yeah, in fact, we've not really checked out Valanta too much today, have we? So there's our route so far, folks. Out of Tokyo Haneda. There we are. It's looking quite busy actually, isn't it? Little taxi routing out there. And then departing 05 and then out over the bay round past Mount Fuji, which is here. Skirting around the edge of the sort of main island of Japan, and then we've headed out over the water there towards this little chain around Okinawa, Kagoshima. And there we are. There's Badger right at the front, Zato, UPS 108s, and then we've got Skyworker as Skymark 517. That's a bit of a slightly different track. Who else have we got? Turbo Stig, Ian. Japan Airlines 2472, and Dawn of Ascension as well, and Gav as well, Epic. Oh, actually, who's this? There's Faris, Ibex 9015. Where's he starting out here? That's Suano Tsuchima. It's tiny. There's no way he can get that airborne. Epic. And there's Naha coming up. We're very, very close to our first airport of 2 today for our little sectors. Zato's on the way down already. There's a couple of little blips on TCAS there. Skyworker and Bakazato look like they are alongside one another. Jack's behind us as well. I couldn't see you actually on Lance, let me check again. What's your call sign again? Osprey something, wasn't it? Oh, there we go, Jack. Osprey 236. Yeah, you're in fact you're the next behind me, I believe. Blue, hello. Be nice to see maybe if this livery creator went ahead and edited this cabin a little bit, maybe Pikachu'd it up a bit as well. That'd be quite cool. But otherwise, it's an epic livery. So I think it's probably about 5 PM now in the sim. Let's have a look. I've wound the time back. There you go, 5:21. So I'm hoping by the time we get towards Shimojishima, it'll actually start to be pretty much around about sunset. Jack. I'll try and capture it then. Who knows? Might be busy doing turnaround as well. Do we do a full GSX unloading and reloading? 40 miles to top of descents. So I'm going to have a quick review of my checklist. Destination weather, we might as well refresh it actually, because we should have the latest METAR now. ROAH, 090 at 9 knots still, few clouds 2,700 feet, 28 degrees, altimeter 3,000, cumulus 2,700 feet. Okay, yeah, so nothing changes and we'll all be good. I reckon we'll stay as we are. Landing altitude check, we've changed that to 0 instead of 50. VAS airplane toolbox said 50, but landing elevation's only 19 or so feet, so we've selected 0 feet for that, and we've done the arrival data as well. So approach reference page, we've got 61.1 tons, 30 knots, sorry, flat 30 at 143 knots roughly, with a 5 knot wind correction there as well. Ihaya, Hasa above 11,000, Cypher above 2, and Deiji above 2. Speed restriction of 210 there. That seems quite quick though. Where's Deiji? Max 210 knots. Crikey, I think I'd be nearer to about 180 at that point, to be honest. Let's go 180 slash. Let's change that. That's a bit better, isn't it? Got to lose 30 knots then at that point. Oh, and then the missed approach is briefed. We can see now up here as well our fixed rings that we've put in, and the little blue for our missed approach as well, heading off towards the hold, further away over the water. Yeah, we've got 4 and an 8 mile fixed ring there as well. Descent forecasts are almost done actually, but we need to do 3000 here. Radios, so we've got the course is set for 002 degrees, which is the track for the ILS, which is on frequency 1103, and we've got nav 1 and 2 set to those. We've got the VORs set as well. VOR 1 would be the one we would use for the missed approach. VOR 2 is for guidance towards Ihaya initially, so we'll disregard that for a missed approach. Wing engine anti-ice as required, shouldn't be required at all, but if we go through cloud then I might put it on. We'll have to assess that at the time. And we'll do a morning recall as well. We've got no master warnings or cautions. MCP, reset altitude, we want to set 2000. And we're going to make sure we have got LNAV and VNAV both active. VNAV will take us down on VNAV path. I'm going to set 2000 and aim for that continuous descent all the way down to the ILS approach. With that, minimums are set, altimeter set as well down here. So minimum's 292, altimeter's 3000, and our VREFs there set 30 at 143. Wind's going crazy again. Auto brake. How long's the runway? Nice along with that. There's actually a high-speed exit around Echo 4 with the domestic terminal just after that. That'd be quite handy. If not, yeah, I reckon we use that one. So auto brake 2 and reverse both. That's good. And then we've just got to go through transition, go to local pressure, and then check cabin depressurizing normally, landing lights, signs and everything all on below 10. Okay, almost top of descent now. And we're picking up Naha VOR down the bottom here, nav 1, 111 miles to go to the airport. Ian, very true, yes. I've forgotten about that actually. Okay, top of descent any second now. Neil, how's the dog walk? There we go. So auto thrust is commanding retard on the throttles, and we're in VNAV path. And VNAV speed is active. Just keeping an eye on that speed. It does keep creeping up towards the barber pole there, so something to watch out for. And as a reminder again, we're using the Japan Airlines announcements today, but we are flying Skymark Airlines. We're just using the announcements because it, well, we don't have any Skymark announcements or anything on Nuke Air Tool or even on YouTube from what I've had a little look at. I was trying to find the safety demonstration today and it didn't seem to exist. So we're using Japan Airlines just so we've got something.
皆様にご案内いたします。この飛行機はただいまからおよそ10分で着陸いたします。シートベルトをしっかりとお締めください。なお化粧室の使用はお控えください。これから先、飛行機をお降りになるまでの間、すべての電子機器の電源をお切りください。また、座席の背、テーブル、足置き、個人用テレビ、並びにコントローラーを元の位置にお戻しください。Ladies and gentlemen, we will be landing in about 10 minutes. Would you please securely fasten your seatbelt and refrain from using the restroom?
It's actually not bad timing. We're 12 minutes from landing. Maybe 15 minutes from landing.
Until you are outside the aircraft. Also, please return your seatback, table, footrest, personal TV set and controller to their original position. Thank you.
It looks like we've got some gusts to contend with, and we've got a full 9-knot crosswind to fly on the approach here as well, which is going to be interesting, especially if there are gusts involved too. It's going to be quite a playful approach, which is why we've definitely had to brief for the missed approach in case we do end up flying a go around. Oh, John, good grief. Very swanky, Neil. That's the live weather, Jack. There's a couple of little chains of islands as well, and if we're looking out towards, it's just past this support beam, that I think is Naha. Let me just check. It is, that's the start of Okinawa. So Naha's just underneath the clouds on the horizon over there somewhere, so we haven't got too far to go now. Certainly the METAR, the live weather, looks like it's on point. My approach check's ready as well. Keep smashing them likes, folks, as well. If you are enjoying today's live stream, all helps push the algorithm with YouTube. Quite difficult to fight sometimes. What's that airport down there? Lights flashing away there. That is... Find out. That is Euron Airports, Romeo Oscar Romeo Yankee. Looks quite cool. Quite cool to do some of these little smaller islands for some island hops around here at some point. And good stuff. It's broke again, has it? Thank you very much. Fly Life Studio is rubbish at stability. I'll refresh it. Pilot White, hello. RJTT ROAH. We are Skymark 511. There we go. So hopefully that top bar is working once again now for you guys. Lee, hello. Hope so. Pilot White, check all of your add-ons and all that sort of thing. Make sure everything is up to date and you don't have any sort of broken folders or anything like that. There's Okinawa. Sadly, yes, liveries can cause problems, Pilot White. Depends when you install them as well. But also make sure, Pilot White, in your MSFS folder, there's a folder called Scenery Indexes. Click into that and delete everything inside of it as well. If you've just updated Sim Update 10. To go, the Pikachu jet on the way into Naha now, so about 10 minutes to landing, folks. 10 minutes to landing. Oh, Lee, good timing. Just saw your comment pop up as we were posting outside in the drone cam. It's cracking livery, isn't it? Look at that. Look at that below. Absolutely spectacular scenery there. It's fantastic. Blown up, hello. Naha traffic, Skymark 511 is inbound overhead Ihaya on the Ihaya South RNAV arrival, expecting ILS Zulu runway 36 right, descending flight level 190 for 2,500. We'll be approaching via Cypher for reports establishing Naha traffic.
And Naha traffic, GPS 108 is descending via the Ihaya South depart arrival, expecting runway IL 16 right, ILS.
Scenery indexes, Pilot White. Is this the first time we've flown into Okinawa, folks, or into Naha? I think it might be. Certainly the first time into, well, when we do our turnaround and we head off out again out of Naha, it'll be the first time into Shimojishima as well. Big tourist islands for the Japanese population, as well as a huge US Navy base here. Look at that. Stunning, isn't it? It's mad to think this is a game, yet it's done very well to look very realistic. Jack, we're all on Unicom 1228. The Unicom frequency is 122.8. Clouds look spectacular. Let's go outside. I'm going to try and capture a little bit of this island life as well. Pilot White, well that's going to be your problem, I think, your crashed desktops. Look at that. Mega. That quite possibly, you have to be in range to be able to hear on Unicom, so it could just be that. That sun, going to be chasing that sun very soon. We're trying to get to Shimojishima in time for sunset.
Descending via the south, arrival on ILS 36, right, Naha.
Tato, that is a rapid VREF speed. Holy Christ. Freda, no NVIDIA filters in use. I've tried them in the past though, but there are none at all today, just default MSFS with live weather. Might also have to dump fuel, good grief. Quite a big island. Not realised it was this big.
And Naha traffic GPS 108 is 11 nautical miles from waypoint Singapore, expecting ILS runway 13 right.
So that's Bakazato is 10 miles ahead, so we've got to keep an eye on our spacing, try and keep it nice and accurate for us. Just watching the speed tape come down as well, because it's targeting 272 knots at the moment. Well, yeah, he's in an MD-11 freighter. Oh, look at that. That is Okinawa Air Force Base, I believe. Might be wrong. Lights. Give them a chime. cabin is depressurising nicely, and we're going to be into some cloud here as well shortly. Just watching our spacing there, and I'm going to go to get a bit of spoilers out, help the aeroplane slow down a little bit. Yeah, Jack, focus on flying your plane.
And Naha traffic UPS 108 has leveled off flight level 030.
Shortly.
Expecting ILS runway 136 right, ILS. Naha traffic.
Look at that. Move that handle out of the way. That's spectacular, isn't it? Yeah, yes, Japan, it's night time for them at the moment. In Japan it's about midnight, I think, roughly. So we've wound the time back a little bit, and it's about 6 PM local time in Japan at the moment, on the time that we're using at the moment. I'm not confident we're going to get to Shimojishima in time for sunset, which will be interesting. Ah, there we go. Good Landis. I was quite close then. It's 12:30 at night at Japan at the moment. It's pretty good, I have to say. It's been quite nice. The latest NVIDIA driver's been quite nice to use too. Cypher's coming up. I think we're going to leave these out for a little while. These speed brakes.
And Naha traffic UPS 108 is on an 8-mile final runway 36 right. Naha traffic.
Should, if we go to this view, oh look at that. There's Naha in the distance, I think. Might be wrong. Very likely am wrong. Maybe not. Ah, there it is. There's Naha Airport. Look closer than we actually realised I think we were. Crikey. We go to vertical speed mode. Bring our speed down to the up marker. 208, round it up. I've learned the Japan time zone since I put my VA in Yakojima. It's main airport, very nice. Good luck. Bakazato, flying a big MD-11 freighter. Who's that coming in there from below? Skyworker. Oh dear. Naha traffic, Skymark 511 is turning base at Cypher for the ILS runway 36 right approach. For report establishing. Naha traffic. There's Skyworker, I can see him there.
Traffic, Skymark 517 on a 10-mile final for 36 right.
What?
And I'll do a 360 there for the inbound Skymark heading to my right.
Roger, thank you.
No problem.
I was so confused then. Right, what are we doing? let's go heading select.
And Naha traffic, GPS 108 is going around.
Might have cocked this up, trying to rush. I can see the UPS going around. There's a lot going on here, isn't there? Let's go through here. Very unstable Zato, but we aren't far off unstable ourselves, I have to say. Let's see if I can get this back. We'll fly it manually. Naha approach, Skymark 511 is visual approach, short final, 3 miles. Wowzers, that crosswind.
And Naha traffic, UPS 108 is on the downwind, runway 36 right. Naha traffic.
Holy moly.
1000.
I'm going for an Innsbruck style approach here, I think.
Sync rate. Sync rate.
We're all good. We'll get it recovered. Before minimums at least, we'll get nice and stable.
Sync rate. Sync rate.
Trust me. There we go.
Sync rate.
We're called visual because we're not flying the ILS. We're just going to have to ignore the sync rate, chap.
Sync rate.
There we are, stable. Holy Christ, that crosswind, mega.
100. Sync rate.
Oh.
50. 30.
Woohoo!
20. 10.
This is not going to be smooth, folks. There we are.
Traffic, Skymark 517 is turning
Oh my
15
God.
miles, final 36 right now.
That's a lot of rudder input to try and keep on the centre line. First screen. So much rudder still. One little distraction that was on the approach and it completely threw us all off. But if in doubt, just turn the autopilot off, try and recover it. If not, go around. And Skymark 511 has vacated, taxi to stand 45. Cheers. Yeah, Forrest, your CRJ is going to be going wild. Where are we here? Echo 5. Okay, got it. Yep, far end. Happy days. Let's put the spoiler back in. Strobe steady.
お願いいたします。まもなくスポットに到着いたします。飛行機が完全に停止し、シートベルト着用のサインが消えるまで座席にお座りのままでお待ちください。また、降機の際は前方にお座りのお客様より順にご案内いたします。皆様のご協力をお願いいたします。Ladies and gentlemen, please be reminded that you must remain in your seat until the seatbelt sign goes off. We thank you for your understanding.
Traffic Skymark
Okay, we'll do
517,
44.
8 mile final 36 right.
Rotofib, no. Luke Air Tool is free. Sure, we've got to go right here.
And Naha traffic, UPS 108 is turning base 36 right.
Bring the flaps in.
Naha traffic.
39 seconds for follow me car. I'll be at the stand by then.
This is Osprey 236 at Seafar. Establishing ILS Zulu for runway 36 right.
.34 seconds. He's coming for the other side of the airport, isn't he?
Naha traffic, Skymark 517, 4 mile final, 36 right.
Where's the yellow line? Pretty sure this should be it. That's weird. This scenery's not quite right. It's not showing what the charts are suggesting. Follow me has arrived. He's behind me. What the? There's the line. But I should effectively. This little grey line here is effectively a taxiway that I'm mooching along on at the moment. Let's see if we can see this. Follow me car. He's there. Let's kill the follow me car, let's get rid of him.
Naha traffic, this is Osprey 236 established on ILS Zulu, runway 36 right.
Tricky approach that banter, wasn't it? The wind's so variable. .45 I think is that one. Okay, no, there's a marshaller. .44, isn't it, we've ended up choosing. He's holding position, but now he's going. Now I want to turn in. Yeah, we'll take that. This is 45. Excuse my bad effort at panning my face around with Toby Eye Tracker.
Naha traffic, UPS 108 is established ILS. Naha traffic.
Naha traffic.
See where he stops us.
Japan Air 2472 turning base overhead Sefia. Naha traffic.
Naha traffic, Sierra 517 down and clear Naha.
Naha traffic, this is Osprey 236 landing, runway 36 right.
See what he says. Please cut engines. I am. Bit too far. Good grief. He's still bowed. Hey ho. Right, what do we want? We want GSX. Request deboarding. I don't think we're going to quite get in to Shimojishima before sunset. It's going down pretty quick, isn't it? We'll see what happens. One's down. A couple down there actually. GSX got any fixes yet? I don't find it problematic, to be honest.
Naha traffic, this is Osprey 236 cleared, runway 36 right.
Holy Christ, he's coming in hot. VREF is 160 knots, which is mega. It's only a 3,000 metre runway.
Naha traffic, this is Osprey 236, taxiing to parking stand 43.
And Naha traffic, UPS 108 is on short final. Naha traffic.
Right, is he going to touch the water? Osprey looks good at Naha, doesn't it? Oh, he's going around again. Or is he? Oh no. Oh my good grief. Air crash investigation, Okinawa. Oh god. Thank goodness it's just cargo on that. Although I can't talk, my landing was pretty woeful, wasn't it?
Naha traffic.
He's down.
Japan Airways 2472, 4 nautical miles.
That was a firm touchdown though, wowzers.
And Naha traffic, UPS 108 has touched down with an engine flame out.
Right, what have we got? So, route ROAH to RORS. Copy routes, activate. Sky 541 next.
UPS 108 has vacated runway 136 right. Naha traffic.
Very short hop this, folks, this next one.
What the landing?
We're going to go to FS Actions Fuel on SimBrief. We're going to check out the data now very quickly at 6041. Payload. On 60. 2.4 is 57.3, so we're going to want 1,000. 300. That'll do, that's close enough. 950. There we go. Payload, that's set there, done. Happy days. Up here. Good grief, they're close. Zero 42 at 13. Oh, good grief. Caught him. Just a bit too late.
Japan 2472 has exited the runway.
Yeah, good effort. Oh, he's go around. Causing chaos here, aren't we? Absolute madness. That UPS doesn't fit. Right, where were we? 14,000, that's good. We're going for flight level 200 for cruise. That's all good. M1 limit's going to be, we'll do takeoff 1 and we'll do a climb 1 profile to get up quicker. I need ACAS to pull the new data.
Thank you. You did a great job. It's a wonderful flight.
36 right again.
We are 5 nautical miles inbound for CFAR, descending to 2,000 feet. We will be establishing ILS for 36 right. Traffic, Japan
242 have a good one.
Is taxi to the gate via Alpha 4, Alpha 3, Alpha 2. Traffic.
And my VAS airplane toolbox appears to have kind of stopped working, weirdly enough. There we go. Black 5, Seller 53, takeoff 1. 21, takeoff 1. We'll go for climb profile 1. That's all good. We need departure 36 right. Ganju 2 departure. No transitions. That goes out there. We need to then also put in our arrival because of how short this route is. So we're going to fly in via Diana. ILS 17 left Zulu. Sorry, 17 Zulu, like that. So now this is going to be interesting. Flights, new flights, sim brief. We need to have a look at these charts to make sure we get this right. So if I just move the screen about like that, you should be able to see both. So from Naha, Ganju 2, just going to be heading northbound initially, H6R00 out to Kisna, Gelma, Tinto, and then down to Ganju. We'll just go straight to cruise, flight level 200, set on the MCP I think in that instance, and then from there we're going down this Yankee 567 airway to Diana. Which is interesting because actually there's so we don't want an arrival because otherwise we come in via Annie up here, but we're actually already going in via Diana, so we need to be at Diana at 1,603. Put that on my pen, and then ILS Zulu 17 like that. So pretty much just straight in, then Diana onto the ILS. Wow. Shimojishima 1171 needs to go in the box as well, so we're just going to add that that in like so. And on the stars, on the tab, sorry. Yeah, that looks pretty good actually. I don't want 1,600A though. I'm gonna have I'm gonna put 180/1,600. In fact, I'm gonna put 1,500. Okay, 180, 1,600. There we go. It's going to help the speeds out there. Route data wins. Not that it's kind of worthwhile doing.
Naha traffic. IBEX 9015. Final 36 right 5 miles.
Request boarding.
Boarding requested. Passengers boarding starting.
Forecast 14,000. We need the Shimojishima RORS Meta bus Shimojishima. No such weather profile exists. Interesting. RORS Meta.
Traffic, IBEX 9015, short final on 2 left mark.
Do 994. Faris. Nice touchdown. Whoa, that crab was insane. Good effort. Okay, they're good, they're set, that's set, 143, 153, 200. It's kind of a test really, we're using GSX to board everything, but at the same we've done deboarding as well, and we're kind of seeing how long this all takes. 002. We're almost there.
Traffic, I'm back. 9015, get to 36 right.
0909.
Good luck.
$143, 153 plus 10. There we go. So that's looking pretty good. Going to add in. It's in the legs, isn't it? Runway 17. I think I've had Navigraph on your screens by accident, whoopsie. So 10 miles and 6. Fixed rings, that's then the arrival's done. Airport elevation is 25 feet, runway elevation is 15, so we'll leave that set to 0 as well. Descent's done, 89 miles to stop of descent, wow, okay. This is a very quick flight then, Christ. That's all good down here, we check the box, we want 111, 5, 117, decimal 1, and nav 2, might as well use that as well for the time being, and 170 for the course. We're going to quickly go disconnect on vPilot. And we're going to reconnect as our new call sign, Skymark 541. New flight plans fetched. I need to do the switcheroonie on your screens as well on the overlay. So RORS for Miyako Shimojishima airports. That's set, and then Valanta. Start a new flight, add a flight plan, check sim brief. That's good, they're done. They're set landing rate monitor as well now for the new routes. So route plan, fetch, set. How are we doing on GSX? 105 out of 160 boarded. Oh my goodness. I reckon we're going to have to turn the time back a little bit, because it's either that or we just commit to flying into Shimojishima at night time. What do you guys reckon? Oh, look at that. Bloody pop up for passengers getting in the way of my screenshot. So yeah, there's the question, I guess. Do we drop the time back a little bit, 5 or 10 minutes, or do we drop the time? We just leave the time as it is. Matthew says, I'm watching this game and I'm convinced if the NFL ever goes past 32 teams, you're getting the next one. I hope so. NFL's massive here now. Jack, 805 foot per minute on landing rate monitor. Heavy, heavy, heavy. We'll send the engineers. Ashley, hello, just tuned back in, watched back the landing, looked very hands-on, love the new wind model. It's cracking, isn't it? I was under quite a bit of pressure there, it was a lot steeper, unfortunately, than I would have hoped for. 1712. Couple saying drop the time. I'll just move it back half an hour then, so it's a bit of a happy medium. 10 more passengers.
Kadena traffic, UPS 1302, taxi down runway 5 left, Kadena.
%, baggage loading progress. Holy moly! I hope that's. I wish that was quicker. European, no. God, it's difficult to kind of assess that without seeing your screen, I suppose. Jack, same one as we landed on, 36 right, Ganju 2 departure. Cosmo, hello, welcome. So GSX in this instance doesn't have any custom profiles for this airport, which is quite interesting because it's working quite nicely. It looks good, doesn't it? We can go to passenger view over here. There we are. What's the other one? Is it 6 or 7? My fingers. There we are. Baggage is almost ready. Okay, so that's almost done. We can put the flight directors on. Auto brake set to RTO. Dust 2's airborne again. Nice. We can put this to 541. Oops. There we are. Skymark 541. Our next call sign 3000. I'm going to change that. The minimum's there actually. What's the minimum's? Actually, it's 240 feet for Shimojishima. So let's set that now. 240. And our estimated landing weight here into Shimojishima is 61.4 tons landing weight. So we'll use that after departure to get the approach page then ready as well. This is going to be really quick. Cosmo, I am indeed. Terrain. That's all set, that's all set. 1115 for the approach into Shimojishima, 170 on both. Package loading 67%. Come on, folks. B-speeds are set. I guess it's just time for one final check of all the data. Flight level 200, check the box up the top, 200 and 0 for that. 2.830, 14,000 transition. M1 limit 53 for flex, with takeoff 1, climb 1. Lap 5. Trim 5.61. Which I'd say is about there. V-speeds are set, and we cross-checked that against VAS airplane toolbox as well, so we're happy with those. Runway's dry, winds are in. Descent stuff is set as well, with our forecasts and the Shimojishima altimeter 29994 for our arrival into that airfield. Such a short leg, folks, you most likely want to get your approach input here as well. Yeah, so we're going to have about 20-30 miles at cruise and then back down again. Boarding complete. Prepare for pushback. There goes the visa there. Doing its own thing there. Look, closing all the different ports and things, which is really good. Actually awesome. Jack ILS 17 Zulu. We were just going through it a couple of minutes ago. We've got one on approach. Uh-oh. Why is there a door open?
Cadena traffic, UPS 1302, depart runway 5 left.
Beacon on. APU's good. Low pressure on the hydraulics. Should already put that probes on really. Off. That's all good. They're all still set. Have we got anything in the sensor tanks? No, they're empty, so that's good. Why is the door opened again? That's weird. Nose right. Oh, big correction. That's a massive amount of crabbing, look at that. Nice effort, whoever that was. Tricky conditions here today in Naha.
Oh, are you okay again?
Whoa, look, yeah, okay now.
Of course he's okay. He's from Osprey Airways.
What happened? He's down.
Get what we released needs to check and other mechanical section is really.
No traffic, Osprey 722, locating runway 36 right. So, couple flat tyres, no traffic.
Naha traffic, Skymark 541 from stand 44, push start to face south, Naha traffic. Mark, hello, no worries, buddy.
Naha traffic,
Shoot
Osprey
pastry,
121
nice.
Golf from stand 25, raise the push start.
Yeah, I mean, the only advice there would be make it less wet.
Correction, whip it 131 Golf.
David, absolutely, making the touchdowns and stuff quite tricky, aren't they? Absolutely love it. I think it's a fantastic feature. Shimojishima is very small, 3,000 metre runway though, but it's only got a couple of parking stands, 6 parking stands in total for the bigger planes. Crikey, where are we going? We turning soon? This is where the Naha profile isn't actually quite great. The default airport, I should say, is not great. They do, Neil. It's epic, isn't it? Okay, right. So, turn those on. We need to make sure we go to engine gens. Easily forgotten. Backs are off. Isolation valves auto. That's all good. I mean, they've blown the turn there, haven't they? Wow. And now we can put the APU off. Pro Pete's. We might as well just whack that on. And while we're waiting for this guy to finish learning how to steer the 737-800 here at Naha, we will get the flaps set. And we can play the safety demonstration again, Japan Airlines.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Naha traffic, this is Osprey 236, push to start, stand 31, facing west.
Interesting. I'll have to go heading select in VNAV mode then initially. Flat 5, waiting for the pin. Has he removed the pin yet? He hasn't, has he? There he is. We'll wait for the big old bump.
Thank you for flying with Japan Airlines. Please watch the following video for your safety instructions. Please pay close attention.
So flat 5's good. That's an RTO. They're all set. He's off. Put taxi lights on, and as he's starting to move, we can start to think about calling. So, Naha traffic, Skymark 541 is taxi to hold point Echo 10, runway 36 right, via Alpha. Naha traffic.
Keep your seatbelt fastened whenever seated. Please keep it fastened even when resting.
All right. Back to central. All left. Back to central. Back deflection on the elevators. Back to neutral and fully forwards. Back to neutral. We can do a little right and left on the rudder. Check the controls are all good again. Have a good trip from GSX. Thank you very much. And start to apply power. He will disappear when our wheels start to move. 1611.
These behaviors are prohibited by law. All baggage must be stored securely in the nearest storage space.
170, 53, 002, 20 overhead matches. They're all set as well. We have got Pro Pete's on as well. Anti-ice is off. Quick little scout around, have a little look-see. APU's shutting down nicely as well. Sensor tags are definitely off. They're both continuous. Taxi lights are on. Rock and roll.
Emergency exits on this aircraft can be found in the safety.
There's the windsock. It's always good if you go past the windsock, have a little look at it. Gives you an idea of what the wind is doing when it comes to takeoff. I.e. in this instance going straight across. Interesting. Connection lost with MSFS data services. We'll wait for that to go green again and connect, and then before we take off, what we'll do is we'll make sure Bing photogrammetry is re-enabled because it's got a habit of disconnecting itself.
Hold the mask strongly to start the oxygen flow.
Naha traffic, Osprey 131 Golf, taxiing to runway via Echo 3, Whiskey 2.
There's all the other guys.
Charlie to Tango 9. Naha traffic.
Gav, have a good one, buddy. Oh my god, it's happened again. Maybe the servers are all breaking and going down.
Naha traffic, Ripit 121 Golf will follow behind, copy traffic.
traffic, but traffic input.
Ah, screenshot. Better not say successfully connected on it.
Each emergency exit has an escape slide.
And again, good grief. The servers must be down, folks, and MSFS, right?
And jump onto the slide. Don't take anything with you. Sit upright to keep your balance. Move quickly away from the aircraft.
You guys all having the same issue by the looks of it?
Naha traffic, this is Osprey 236, taxi to runway
Zachary, it's
36
the Luke
right,
Airtel.
Charlie 1 and Alpha.
We wish you a pleasant flight.
Three screenshots for this next leg already input. Happy days. Lennox, can we fly black? Sadly not. We won't be flying back. We're doing 2 sectors today. It's quite a lot of flights now. We've been live for 3 hours 15 minutes, so basically another hour ahead of us. Ah, cool. Airnavi's active again now. I think it was locked on the ILS, wasn't it? No, maybe not. See what it does. Oh, okay. Heading select mode it is for departure. That'll be interesting. So it can do that if you're linking it in and using it with FSU IPC and you're using their pack sim. What it does is it matches different stages of flight, and it will automatically play announcements based upon what airline you've selected effectively, which is really quite cool. But for me, I just click announcements and just click which ones I want. Those on, make sure we've centered those, and we'll do another little master caution recall just before we get to the holds. It's a tiny airport, but it's got a massive 3,000 metre long runway, and same with Shimojishima, it's got 3,000 metres of tarmac to land on and take off on, but 6 stands. There's the windsock.
IBEX 9001.
Straight across.
To runway 36.
It's going to be an interesting takeoff, I think. Fuel flow reset rates. We're going to go boss light, strobe, and steady. We'll pop the logo lights on. Why not? Taxi lights off. Runway turn off lights on. Landing lights on, and cabin attends. Everything else is good. Runway 36 right, Ganju 2 departure, and we've confirmed the runway. We'll start the clock, why not, and we'll turn into the sun. Naha traffic, Skymark 541, lining up runway 36 right, taking off Ganju 2 departure, Naha traffic. Looking left, it's clear on the approach, and we'll start to line up, and actually we will continue the takeoff roll from here. So stick goes forward for 40%. It's actually slightly more efficient to do it this way. Noticeable central, engine is stable, toga.
Speed's alive.
Wind's right to left with left, so actually let's get a bit of right aileron to counter this wind. It's going to be really important for the rotation. Hopefully I've got the right aileron level set. Feel the wind already, lots of left rudder. Smooth on the transition on the rotate, capture the wind. There we are.
Air Japan 2472 is pushback at start from gate 22 facing west. Naha traffic.
Naha traffic, Whiskey 131 Golf, Baby Boeing is lining up on runway 26 right.
Every time. Okay, SIMD A engaged. You can come off the rudders, and I'm going to see if I can go to LNAV now as well. Yes, we can. Happy days. So LNAV mode is active, VNAV is active, auto thrust is active, and we'll wait to accelerate away. Auto brake off, runway turn off lights off, engine start goes to off, and gear lever off. Looking at the acceleration of the aircraft, we can set flaps 1. Away we go.
With 131, Naha traffic, waiting.
Flaps up. Follow the turn. Naha traffic, Skymark 541, airborne 2500, climbing flight level 200. Naha traffic. That's all good, that's all set, happy days. Let's zoom this out, see what we're doing, a bit more of a wider view. Situation awareness, we have a left turn coming up as well, and 250 knots per hour fast climb in towards the sun as well. We chase that towards Shimojishima.
Naha traffic, sorry, with 131 Baby Boeing is rolling.
Naha traffic Osprey 270 taxi.
皆様、本日も日本航空にご搭乗くださいましてありがとうございます。シカゴ到着までの機内についてご案内いたします。この便では間もなくお食事をお持ちいたします。本日のお食事は牛丼四川スタイル、もしくは若鶏の柚子胡椒桑焼きでございます。数に限りがありご希望に添えない場合もございます。どうぞご了承ください。フライトの半ばにはジェノベーゼ風のポテトパンをお飲み物と一緒にお持ちいたします。客室の中央と後方のドア付近にはスナックやお飲み物などをご用意したスカイオアシスがございます。ぜひお立ち寄りください。また到着前にはエアモスバーガー、クリームチーズ、照り焼きバーガーをご用意しております。Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for flying with Japan Airlines today.
Skymark
We'd like to
Airlines.
inform you about our service until arrival. We will serve you lunch shortly. The meal choices are soy grease and salted chicken with accented by yuzu citrus flavored chili paste or gyudon Sichuan style. Please note that there may be cases when we will not be able to accommodate your request
Whiskey
into the
131
loaded
Golf,
number of
passengers
meals.
on 500 for Lyle.
In the middle of the flight, we will be serving basil-flavored stuffed potato stuffed bread with beverages. There will be Sky Oasis in the middle and the back of the cabin. Please feel free to stop by for snacks and
Climate
beverages.
Tinto. Top of descent just after Ganju.
Also, we'll be serving
It's a
breakfast
super quick hop this,
like
folks.
an air
Awesome. And a
burger,
17 knot
cream cheese
tailwind.
teriyaki.
See if we can get some amazing screenshots as we fly towards Shimojishima. Look at that.
Please relax and enjoy. Once again, welcome aboard.
Climbing to the sun. How cool is that? So good. To help you visualise it, we look at Volanta very briefly. That is literally the flight that we've got now. Out of Naha, Okinawa, south, westerly, all the way down to Ganju, Ganas, Utah, Uzi, Diana, and then Shimojishima. Hope you're enjoying the live stream so far, folks. If you're new, hit subscribe. Don't forget to give us a like as well. Help those likes get towards 100 if we can. That'd be fantastic. We're climbing up and away out of these tiny little Japanese islands. Absolutely stunning. Look at that. Mega. Too far away to capture them. Such a great livery. Thank you, of course, to Ashley for suggesting the route, finding the livery as well. Tiny, tiny little islands down there. We're going to go to standard pressure. Landing. Runway 17. METAR decoding issue, that's interesting. So we need RORS METAR again. See what we've got. Wind's 100 degrees at 7 knots. So crosswind again for us here into Shimojishima. 28 degrees Celsius, QNH 1014, the equivalent of that 29994, few clouds 2,000 feet. Barrow, so what was it, 28 degrees. 28 degrees, wow, that's quite warm. It's midnight at the moment, or 1 o'clock in the morning for them, and it's 28 degrees still. Wind 100 at 7. We'll calculate that. Flap 30, landing altitude of 100 according to VAS Airplane Toolbox. If I'm not, that's wrong. I'm going to just leave that set to 0. And it reckons we want auto brake 2 once again. So, auto brake 2 it is. I'm hoping, well actually I'll promise to be a lot more accurate on this one. Actually it absolutely does. Tough takeoff, Jack, with that crosswind. And we're at cruise. There we are, 20,000 feet. Nice slow cruise for this. And in 30 miles or so we're going to be at top of descent. So we can have a look in here. We can put our calculation 61.4 tons. We can put our estimated VREFs in here, so 144. Which will give 149 for VAP. +5 wind correction there. Flap 30. We've already done the arrivals, which is why it's important to do that on the ground. We've set auto brake 2. What's next? What's next? What's next? Ashley, interesting. QNH 1015 now for you. Have you got a wind, Ashley, for that? Kind of tough to work out what that would be in MSFS live weather as well. We don't know what the live weather data would suggest either in this instance, would we? Top of descent in 20. We've set our minimums already, which is good. Well, no, Doc, I need wind information because I need to know what the wind's doing for the approach. It will change how I deal with the approach, so we need to know, ideally we need to know the wind. I know the Boeing doesn't need it, but as a pilot you need it. Wind's 190.11, wow, okay. Well, it's not too dissimilar then, it's just strengthened a lot. Hold on, 09011, stand by. Okay, so we've got a crosswind then. Of about 9 to 10 knots. As Ashley's saying there, ILS 17 is still favourable, mostly a crosswind for us to contend with again. Nice and playful for us then, be tricky. So that plan continues then. We just have to bear in mind that it's going to be 09011. Scribble that down, big writing on my pad, so I don't forget it. We'll go with Ashley's 29907 for the Barrow as the most recent one. Hopefully Meteo Blue is up to date. Just nothing, Neil, for the landing. You literally just select ILS 17 Zulu, that's it, execute. You're going to go Yuzuki straight to Diana. You might want to change that constraint to 180/1600 to help slow the plane down a bit better. That's done, that's done, that's done. That's set, ref set, Barrow, altimeter set, MCP reset altitude. We're in VNAV and LNAV. We want to set 1,600 feet on the MCP. This is a super quick leg, isn't it? And we're going to just double check courses and things as well. So ILS Zulu 111.15. Sorry, 111.5. Nav 1 and Nav 2 in standbys. We're going to do. I'm going to set 1171 in this as well, Nav 1. And I'm going to put that into Nav 2 active now, so that's already done. So 170, 170 for the course, they're set. Missed approach, climb to 2,000 feet on heading 170 degrees. Turn right direct to Shimojishima VOR and hold contact Sakishima approach. Yeah, it's about 30 minutes behind, I think, Doc. 30 minutes to an hour. Stig saying, had an experience on VATSIM today in the 737-800. Based at the terminal, got clearance and startup approved at the same time. Is it airport dependent to push with engines running? Yes, pretty much. Some of them will clear you to start up. You'll be cleared engine start, report ready for push or something like that. Yeah, very much it depends on what the each airport wants effectively. Why has our speed changed so much there? Because it was 273. Ah, Aganas, that's why. Clever. It's getting the speed ready for descent. SimAware website's down. Oh dear. Proper descent for us now, folks. Final descent, Shimojishima. Second sector of 2 today. In the Pikachu jet. There's a hold at Diana if we get bunched up as well. ILS 240 for minimums. RVR 600 meters. The weather looks pretty good for us at the moment. Snow says my GSX is still not working. Sounds like then you might have issues with either the firewall or something like that. So I'd look at the forums and I'd download their offline installer, Snowy. Sit rep on the descent. We're at top of descent now, so down we go. Good old Fly Live is broken again. I tell you, that software is utter dog crap. Never works, does it? Never lasts a live stream. ROAH RORS Sky 541. There you go, 13 minutes to landing. Call it 15. And we are now basically chasing the setting sun. John's managed to board passengers today, good effort. Snow, sounds like you've got something clashing with it there then. Bizarre. Yeah, all the brake is set. I'm going to quickly check the checklist, make sure we have got that, because it's kind of using it for memory really, for the checks there, for the descents. Destination weather obtained, arrival data set, landing altitude, check and set. We're going to just keep that at 0. Radio set, lock, ILS frequency and course are set. Nav 2 is already active for that ILS approach, we just need to switch Nav 1 across, and the course is 170. Engine anti-ice, wing anti-ice as required, not required at the moment. We'll do a warning recall there. Altimeter set, minimum set, approached and missed approach have been briefed, and auto brake set to 2. Altimeter below transition will be changed, and we'll work through cabin. So let's have a quick check of the cabin. It's depressurizing normally as well, that's good. This is a busy one. Dolphin, hello. Do you know of a way of installing GSX that doesn't require a huge amount of free space on the C drive? No, sadly not. Just below that cloud, it's a little bit of Shimojishima starting to appear. And it looks like we're going to be flying this approach right at sunset, which is going to be pretty cool. It's a long one, Doc, 3,000 meters. Tiny airport though, 7 stands. (15,000 feet). VNAV path is still showing that we're on profile nicely there. Fuel's 4.5 because we've got enough for a diversion back should we need it. I'm going to put, where is it gone? That off. There we go. MSFS service struggling again. Connection lost. We're all good though.
これから先、飛行機をお降りになるまでの間、すべての電子機器の電源をお切りください。また、座席の背、テーブル、足置き、個人用テレビ、並びにコントローラーを元の位置にお戻しください。Ladies and gentlemen, we will be landing in about 10 minutes. Would you please securely fasten your seatbelt and refrain from using the restroom?
Good old Microsoft Flight Simulator. Every pop under the sun going on today. Good grief, it needs to sort itself out there. Yeah, about 2,300 metres expected, 2,200 metres stock with full reverse as well. Look at that shine on that livery, is incredible. Great bit of work from the livery artist there. You do want to download the Pikachu jet, Skymark Airlines. Good grief, Microsoft Flight Simulator. Sort yourself out. then check the links in the description. Low transition, let's go to local pressure. Yeah, all of you guys are getting multiple disconnects as well. Yeah, I guarantee I'll be flying this approach and that pop-up's going to appear at about minimums. I don't want to click switch offline. Flying over London and it's melted because it can't download the photogrammetry auto says that's not good. $50 miles, 10,000. Bloody hell. On and off, on and off, on and off. Oh, goodness me. I don't want to click switch offline. We'll see how many times it does it. No, yeah. Oh dear. Well, I can't repeat that obviously, but it's made me laugh. Logo lights are on as well. Where's the ATAM button? Look at that. Absolute fire. Shimojishima is up ahead. There it is, very flat island. Properly good, isn't it, this livery? Looks even better now at sunset. I just can't fault the PMDG 737. They've absolutely hit the nail on the head with it. We are in the 800 D-Pod Dolphin. The FlyLife Studio thing at the top of your screens, however, is wrong, but I can't change that, sadly. Anticipate the VNAV path. Let's come off the speed brake. So good, love it. Right. Oh, looks good. Yeah, Aaron, yeah, so they have, but I won't fiddle with the files, sadly. I'm going to put these onto continuous now. Happy they got water brake 2 there as well. Shimojishima traffic, Skymark 541 at Boeing 737-800 with an altimeter of 299.7 inbound, 34 track miles. Expecting ILS 17 Zulu approach. Will report at Diana. Shimojishima traffic. It would be remiss of me not to try and get an in the moment screenshot of this sunset as well in the sim. It looks pretty good. Pan that drone camera around.
Shimojishima traffic, Wicket 131 Golf in a Boeing 737-600.
That's
what he said.
Really cool. 8 miles to Yusuki, and let's see what we can do here. Is we've got 1115 is all set. Let's go 1115 as well for the ILS. Getting a little bit closer now, so we're starting to pick that up. Let's go spoilers as well, because we're losing the speed here. We're just tickling 250. Such a good effort. It's weird, isn't it? Kind of looking at the sun there, it looks tiny. We go here, it looks massive.
Shimojishima traffic, this is Osprey 226, Finland 2, 1600 for ILS Zulu, runway 17 approach. We'll report a diana.
Properly into dusk now, aren't we? 250 still on the speed. Just keeping an eye on that. Shimojishima's over here somewhere. In fact, no, it's not. It's the smaller of the two. There it is. There's Shimojishima. There's the approach lights, in fact. The distance. $3,600. Still on the profile. Yusuki. Got a decel point coming up. 17. We're going to go for 200. Shit, we'll go for 190. There's the decel point. 10 miles, 15 miles, let's go flat 5. $180. Vertical speeds, let's go 1,000 foot per minute, keep the descent coming. Final check. Chopper 15 on both nav 1 and 2, both active for the ILS. 170 is good, and in the overhead panel as well, both ignitions are on. Continuous lights on and set, signs are all set. Do one more cabin chime. There's the seat call, 1,000 above. We're going to be working to intercept, so got my charts ready to go. Ayagu is at 1,600 as well, supposedly.
9 nautical miles from Diana.
So that means Neil's just a couple of miles behind me. 2,000. We'll do 200 degrees for 30 degree intercepts. And leveling off. Let's make sure we've got the speed brake retracted and armed. Didn't forget that. Jack, before I forget, thank you very much for your tip earlier. Really generous of you. Big tip. Thank you for supporting the stream. First time joining us today as well for a live stream for a flight, so I hope you're enjoying it. Flying around Japan. Heading selects. Shimojishima traffic, Skymark 541 is turning final at Diana. 10 miles, establishing on the ILS. Runway 17, Shimojishima traffic. Approach mode armed.
Shimojishima traffic off. Sorry, whip it 131 Golf, up to 200 knots for spacing. Shimojishima traffic.
There's the lights. And lock is active. Glide slopes armed. 70B engage. We're going to set 170 here on the heading as well. And we're going to hold that. We're going to set 2000. That's our missed approach altitude as well.
Shimojishima traffic, this is Osprey 236, established on ILS Zulu for runway 17.
Crikey. Shimojishima traffic, Skymark 541 is established 7 miles to land. Runway 17. I feel like I've got someone very close to me. Gear down, flap 15. Skymark 541 is now reducing to 160 knots, still 4 near me. Flap 30, let's get it set before the glide slope goes active.
Osprey 131 Golf. Forgot call sign again is fully established ILS 1.
Here we go, big old crosswind, look at that crab. Okay. Let's go to night modes. TMTB is engaged as well as approach. Glide slope's well active now. We're going to go 160 till 4, but now we're going to set 149 knots. Can't go any slower for those guys. Behind. Let's set 5 miles on that. Paris is holding at Diana. Good effort.
1,000.
Might put a little bit of background lighting on here just to help with the contrast of the displays. 1,000 feet, as always folks, you know, auto thrust off, autopilot off my aeroplane. Gears down 3 green, flaps set and green, speed brakes armed, and thrust continuous, missed approaches set and briefed. 11 knots from the left for the crosswind, so completely across the aeroplane at the minute with a big old crosswind of 11 knots. And we'll hand fly this ILS in for the end. Bit of gustiness now, we've got 13 knot crosswinds.
Shimmer traffic, this is Osprey 236, I've got my feet wet, disconnecting. Apologies.
Yeah, somebody's crashed. I'd respond, but I'm too busy concentrating with this wind. It's 15 knots crosswind now.
Minimums.
Continue, we are stable. I've added a couple of knots for this approach, by the way, just to help stabilise it. Looking to the end.
50. 30. 20.
Hold the flare.
10.
Oh, bit of a sink. There we go. 136. Reverse green, nose wheels down. Reverse idle, don't want that, we want full reverse. Go to manual brakes, master caution for the engine there. Shimojishima traffic, Skymark 541 is vacated at Tanger 2, taxi to gates. Mode off. at that. Perfectly timed. One's on final. Pop them on. Let's get the dome lights on a bit here as well. We can pop the probe lights off. They're all good, they're off. We'll wait for the APU to fire up. Master cautions, all good, that's expected, and we can reset that as well.
お願いいたします。まもなくスポットに到着いたします。飛行機が完全に停止し、シートベルト着用のサインが消えるまで座席にお座りのままでお待ちください。また、後期の際は前方にお座りのお客様より順にご案内いたします。皆様のご協力をお願いいたします。
Shimojishima traffic off.
Ladies and gentlemen, please we remind you that you must remain in your seat until the seatbelt sign goes off.
Post lights
We thank you for your understanding.
Is a people and we'll direct to Diana.
Oh, better start QATL as well. MSFS for GSX deboarding / disembarkation. I don't like the word deboarding, I prefer disembarkation. Flight directors off. Automate, have a good one, buddy.
Disregard the approach for IBEX. You can go ahead 270 at night.
Yeah, offside 270 approach.
I'm going to say stand 3.
Roger, have a good ending.
Thank you.
Whippet 131 Golf. I just butted it down with a 68.
Can't see the. We don't have a yellow line again, do we? Oh, we'll go off road. But you know what? That's my fault. Stand 3 is literally here, isn't it? Where do you go? There he is. First time seeing GSX at night time actually as well, with his little marshaller beacony things. There's Ashley on the left, that's Skymark there. Can't see a chuffing thing from this apron, there's no lights on it or anything. Seriously? There is no way in hell that is a... Okay, fair enough. That'll do. Park brake is set. Told off for parking too far again. You parked a bit too far, thanks, I know. That's all good. We can put the anti-collision lights off. We'll leave the logo lights on, why not? Clear him. And we can request deboarding, finally. Actually, what we'll do as well, we'll go into menu, FS Actions, Ground Services, Chocks.
The boarding requested.
Shimojishima traffic Osprey 27 Juliet Mike is 9 mile final, runway 17.
Right, let's capture John's touchdown, shall we, while we get a chance. Reset the drone camera.
Shimojishima traffic, time off flight 42, start to Pushback start, taking off.
Neil, good effort.
Passengers bus is coming.
Let's see, we'll go this side because we get the dusk in the background. There's the touchdown zone actually. Jack, you're welcome. Whoops. The first comment to this on Twitter is, oh dear, never mind. From Air Live, a Russian military aircraft loaded with ammunition has crash landed in Crimea. Who else have we got coming in? Ian, Faris, John. That's it.
Passengers, the boarding started.
Traffic Osprey 27 Juliet Mike, 1.5 mile final, runway 17, should be in traffic.
I can see Ian and that in the distance over there. There's little lights flashing away. Like a stalemate of who's going to land first. Look at that, John's crab. Insane. 15 knot crosswind. Oh yeah, by the way, because we're in the same aircraft, his door will be open as well, so you've got to ignore the fact that he's probably got chocks on as well. We're assessing his touchdown, bearing in mind that his, the model is shared with what we're doing on our version as well.
Japan Air 2472, I'll try and keep my speed up for as long as possible for you, so you've got a bit of space behind.
Thank you very much, I will be ascending as well.
Nice.
So I think we should be okay.
That's a fast touchdown! Oh my god! Holy moly, mega. I want to capture this. Get Ashley in it as well, perhaps as well. There we go. Yeah, Snow, I said I don't really know. You've got to check your firewall really, I think, for that sort of thing. And maybe check the offline installer, like I said. You've got to go to the forums, GSX, and download the installer, the offline installer.
7.5 mile final for runway 17, Shimojishima traffic.
Oh, well, this is a bit weird, isn't it? Why is that here? Even the cargo locks there's. There's Ashley. I reckon we bring the time forwards a bit just to capture.
Passengers bus is coming.
These touchdowns a bit better. It was a sporty approach, Cosmo.
Shimojishima traffic, Air Japan 2472 is on 5 nautical miles short final, runway 17, Shimojishima traffic.
Then we got Faris at the end, CRJ 700 bringing up the rear. He's very short final, it looks a bit high. Go on, put it down. You know you want to. Vilnius 2.0. He's going around.
Shimojishima traffic. Japan Air 2472 is going around. Auto throttle did not come off.
Get your teeth in, Ian.
On Volanta then.
I managed it.
The boarding starting.
So we started off our journey today at Tokyo Haneda, out through Tokyo Bay, heading out across the main island of Japan.
So you're not a Yorkshireman, you won't wear fuel like that.
Down to Kagoshima, Okinawa into Naha, and we did a little turnaround here at Naha Airport before then departing back out this little 20-30 minute journey straight across to Shimojishima. Faris on final now, CRJ 700, I can see him. We got Ian on the go-arounds. I reckon we just try and keep this at about sunset, because otherwise we won't see them properly. Oh dear. Oh no, that's not. I thought that was Jack. Well, there's Ashley, taxiing to the threshold. There's the windsock, showing wind straight across the airfield there. Two fairly tricky approaches.
Shimojishima traffic, Japan Air 2472 is downwind, runway 17, Shimojishima traffic.
Right, I've got so many screenshots. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
Daddy Luke, I've got a request next time. Can we land somewhere we can all pronounce properly?
I'll try. Or we do lessons beforehand.
Might be an idea.
Two, 4, 6, 8, 10. $20.
Do you want to deboard crew?
29 screenshots. Yeah, we'll deboard crew as well if it loads. Not going to load in time, but hey ho, we've got Faris on the way in. Crikey, look at his crabbing there in the crosswind. Don't forget as well, there's no auto thrust in the CRJ, so you're fighting it. It is snow, yes, it's a limitation, sadly. There's the touchdown aiming point. And now he's in the zone.
Shimojishima traffic, Skymark 542, lining up runway 17.
Tell you what, that looks cracking, doesn't it? Look at that. Awesome touchdown. Great work, Ferris. Ashley's lining up. Not going to load my GSX menu, is it?
Shimojishima traffic, Air Japan 2472, returning base, runway 17. Shimojishima traffic.
He's done well there, Ian has to get back round. Where is he? He's up here somewhere. Nice.
Shimojishima traffic, IBEX manager 17, get it 36 right.
Shimojishima traffic, Skymark 542, taking off runway 17 on 3 to departure.
Barris, great effort. 85. Nice work. So this one here is an FSLTL model. Looks fantastic, doesn't it? Strobes, everything. FSLTL model matching with a Skymark livery. Absolutely cracking. Sounds. Ashley's doing the return service. Rotate. He goes. Look at that. That looks cracking, doesn't it, from FSLTL? Cosmo, I have a few times.
Shimojishima traffic, Skymark 542, passing 600 feet and climbing.
And there's Ian.
Shimojishima traffic, Air Japan 2472, 5 nautical mile short file, runway 17. Shimojishima traffic.
Shimojishima. A little bit of haze there, look in the distance. Let's see, who knows? What do you reckon? Is he going to be successful this time round? I'm sure he will be. Oh, look at the lights flashing away, it's insane. Last one in. Water, we've already had one water landing, that was Jack. You can do it. Here we go. I said there's no pressure, but there must be pressure when you're watching yourself live. Trying to fly an approach. 15 knot crosswind still, roundabouts to contend with for him. No, then that's your firewall blocking it. It's terminating the process every time you click it, basically. Here we go. Here comes Ian, and he's another FSLTR model. Cracking touchdown.
Shimojishima traffic, Japan Air 2472 has touchdown and cleared the runway.
Nice landing there.
There we go.
Very appreciated, guys.
So we did Tokyo Haneda to Naha, Okinawa, and we've done a turnaround there before flying onwards further south to the island of Shimojishima. And very long runway, but a tiny little airport, which has been good. And the weather's actually been quite, let's say favourable, but it's been quite interesting as well. It's been about 15 degrees, 10, 15 knots roughly as a crosswind for us to contend with. So it's been interesting. Pikachu jet, awesome livery, and as always, a great time in the PMDG 737-800. Still setting that bar really high in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Thank you to everybody who's flown along today. I hope you've enjoyed it. Both legs. Jackstar as well, dropping a whopper of a tip. Thank you very much, really appreciate that. And all of our channel members tuning in and getting involved in the live chat as well. And very warm welcome to all of our new subscribers too, who have decided to dive on board today. The last couple, Mikhail and Tim and World Greer as well. Thank you to you guys. Hit subscribe before you head off if you haven't yet done so. Don't forget to give the stream a little like, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of what's left of the weekend. Next stream will be going up in the next few days once it's decided, and we'll be departing or arriving at the new Inibels Los Angeles airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator. But in the meantime, as always, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in a few days. Take care. Thank you, arigatou gozaimasu.
On the next one.
Yeah, see you guys, thanks a lot. And I didn't end up in a field, yay!